Alright. We're here again, in the Mog House. Well, we've been here, but now we're officially here. So, let me talk about the Mog House. So, in Final Fantasy XIV, to make the comparison, because we have some FF14 players here, to make the comparison, you can change your job whenever you feel like. It's just a thing you can do, right? That is not how it works here. In this game, when you pick a class, you have to commit to it. You are that class. But you can change it at your Mog House. So you've got to go back to town, and here you can change jobs. See, I don't have a support job yet, but I can change my main job to whatever. This is where you do it. It's also where your storage is, so like, right now I have my Mog safe, and here's the items I pulled off of my my old Testing the Waters of the Server character. It's stuff I'll definitely want to use later on. But, and oh yeah, I got a shield, but I can't use it yet. So yeah, your storage is all in your Mog House. Changing your jobs, that's in your Mog House. It's also, I mean, you can decorate it, you can do gardening here, but also what you can do here is, this is where your delivery box is. This is where the delivery box is. So, oh right, I wanted to send an item to Burns' character. Could you type the name again, and I'll send it to you. Because that's way back in the chat now. I was gonna send you the Legionnaire's crossbow. It's a level 10 crossbow that thieves can use. I got it with rank points from my other character. Okay, so here's how you send a message. Send item. So recipient, that would be Mira. Okay, and then I will send the Legionnaire crossbow. All right. And also, because yes, I do have 21,000 gil now. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need it, but like, I have extra. So here, starting gil. So a little starting gil, a welcome package, and a crossbow. Because I can't use it, I don't think I'll play Thief. I might, but I don't think I will. Alright, so I have delivered the goods. They will be awaiting you. Wasted all on booze and cat girls. Oh no. But yeah, okay, so in Final Fantasy XIV, the inn room is kind of the equivalent to this, except you can't decorate the inn room. So like the inn room does have some of this functionality. I think the difference is that in FF14, like, you can change your jobs wherever you want. Your storage, like, you can access that from your little retainer people, and you can summon them up all over the place, right? Like, there's not really much in the way of, like, unique functionality in the inn room in FF14. Here it is much more important. Like, it's much more integral to the game. And also, there's quests for it. There are actually quests that you can do for your Moogle to expand your storage space. There's some unlocks associated with that. Like your little Moogle, as you level up, he'll give you some quests to do that'll unlock cool content for you. It's pretty neat, I'd say. Alright, so, okay, I am level 6 Red Mage. I got Gil I can actually buy my spells now. I can buy weapons and armor when I can use them. It's not really worth it to upgrade anything until I'm about level 10. Like, 10 or 11. It's not really worth it to upgrade before that. If I'm being honest, you can wear level 1 gear all the way up to level 15 if you really feel like it. It doesn't, like, the gear doesn't make that much of a difference this early on in the game. But being able to buy all my spells, that's very worth it. That's something I definitely want. Alright. Back out into the world. I am sorry, but I keep taking the time to just soak in the music. because this server has done so much with the music. And they have added music to areas that just didn't have music originally. And their choices are generally very fitting for the area. Generally fitting very good. I haven't seen anything that sounds out of place so far. And yeah, music is important to the experience. I mean, I will be honest, oftentimes when I'm just playing alone, you know, not for the stream or anything, you know, I'll mute the music and I'll be listening to something else, oftentimes. But it is important to listen to that music initially to really get the vibe, to get the feeling of where you are down. And then even if you turn the music off, you know what it should sound like, right? But I will say something very funny to me. No, well, look, when I go Dark Knight, when I inevitably go Dark Knight, that's, you know, I gotta get my Evanescence on and everything. But, so, okay, I was looking around YouTube. I was just looking for people that, like, they've kind of clipped the music from HorizonXI, and I was trying to look up some of the soundtracks, right? And, man, I know it's like, you shouldn't do it, but you look down at the comments, and it's really funny to see Final Fantasy fanboys that they're like, what is this abomination? This they have corrupted the good music of Square Enix. My love, Square Enix. The original music was so much better. Don't give your money to this evil private server, even though you don't give them money. And also, what was really funny is they were commenting on a soundtrack for a zone in the game that has no music normally. Literally, there's no there are so many zones in this game that have absolutely no soundtrack whatsoever. And they were like, oh my god. I love it. I know, they unmitified my music. This is something I've noticed mostly about Final Fantasy XIV players, but it's true for FF11 players that are still on the retail servers. They are rabid when it comes to defending Square Enix, even the bad things Square Enix does. Like, they will defend every single bad choice Square Enix has ever made. And they will just be up your ass about, like, why don't you appreciate them more? Why don't you love it? I feel like, at times, I feel like I'm at odds with the Final Fantasy fan base. Also, man, look at all these players just at the auction house. It's so cool just to see so many people just playing the game, having fun, enjoying their time. Oh god, the Quiet Man. Oh, I remember that one. I remember that. Also, I'm just kind of looking at people's, like, I like looking at people's gear, which, by the way, while there is no extensive glamour system in this game, there is something that kind of fills that function. So let's see, it's in one of the MISC options, I think. No, not that one. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So, style lock. When you turn style lock to static, yeah, when you do that, whatever you are currently wearing becomes, like, that becomes your gear. Like, it won't change, right? So what you do is you equip the gear that you want as your appearance, and then you put style lock on, and then you put on your real gear, and it'll keep the appearance. So functionally, you do have a bit of a glamour system. It's more primitive, but it is there. I know that people like their glamour in Final Fantasy. I mean, look, final fashion. All right, it's a fun game. Yeah, I mean honestly, I kind of feel like if you've ever taken a look at the Final Fantasy XIV forums, I kind of feel like a lot of them fall into that category where they hate the game and they hate the company and they hate everything, but they still keep paying and playing. I don't think it's quite as bad as World of Warcraft, but I think Final Fantasy players are guilty of it too. I really do. And I get it, you know, you put a lot of time in, and you really love this thing. I mean, look, I had that problem with FF14 myself, you know, I played back in 1.0, and I liked 1.0. I even, you know, I liked it when 2.0 came out. But the game kept getting simpler and simpler and simpler. The player choices, you know, like you used to be able to distribute stat points in FF14. There used to be elemental resistances. There used to be damage types. Like, there used to be a lot more in the game, but they kept stripping away those choices that you could make. Like, they kept taking and taking every expansion and every couple of patches. And, like, they've taken so much now, it's like, I don't feel like there's anything left to take. I don't have anything else for you, Square Enix. You took everything I had. I can't give you any more. There's no more blood in me. So, you know, because of that, that's why I stopped playing FF14. That's why I'm here now. But I think a lot of people, they haven't really wised up to that yet, and they're like me, where they don't like the direction the game went, but they're still playing. They're still, you know, they're still paying and playing, and they're just kind of hanging on, hoping things suddenly change for some reason, and it's not. It's just not. Like, I'm not saying that it's a bad game now. I'm saying it's not the game that I initially bought and enjoyed. You know, other people might like it, but it's not the game I bought and paid for. So, you know, that's when I jumped out. Oh, burn. It's still, you know, it is still kind of weird, even to me, that I somehow, like, I somehow never really played World of Warcraft. It is kind of crazy, right? Like, I played every other MMO except World of Warcraft. Alright, getting this, like, it must be maddening for people watching, like, if anyone watches the archive, it must be maddening to see me just bantering so much and going off topic and all that, but I mean, I guess that's, you know, that's playing old... Oh, hey, look, a Dragoon, called Goon. But it must be maddening to see someone that just can't stay on topic, but I try to be informative too when, you know, when it comes up. Alright, so okay, last time, let's get on track. Last time, I took my nation mission from one of these gate guards, and they want me to go kill an Orcish scout and get his axe. So I know where the Orcish scout is. I'm not sure if I can kill it yet. But before I go on an adventure, the first thing I always do is, and this is for anyone wanting to play, you go to your town guard at the exit, and you get him to cast Signet on you, because Signet is, well, it'll tell you, right? Like, you are recognized as an official participant in your nation's conquest campaign. So, you don't generate conquest points for your nation unless you have Signet. Also, you don't get crystals for crafting unless you get Signet. Like, it is tied to that. And while I might not be crafting yet, I can sell those crystals. Like, crystals are worth money. So you want to get Signet. Participate in the conquest, and make that money. What is it? Bobby Big Plays. God, I love these old school names that people have. Like, I'm still waiting for, like, I'm waiting for some Dark Knight to roll along called, like, I don't know, XXX Cloud Strife, XXX or Cloud Strife 82 XXX. Like, I'm waiting for it. I mean, I was running around earlier and I saw a Sephiroth clone. I saw it. Oh, look at all these happy ass newbies out here. I love seeing it. Also, this music is so much better. Like the original Ron Farm music, it's good. It's just so MIDI and it's it's crunchy, right? It's really crunchy. All right, so I know the Orcish Scout is over here somewhere. There's usually more than one. Let me pop open my map. So, okay, I know for a fact it's not marked, but the northwest corner leads to the Orcish capital. So, you don't want to get too close to that. Man, this music really feels like I'm going on an epic adventure now. I'm my own anime protagonist. I can't wait to go out and prove the justice of my culture through the magic of friendship. Man, where's the orcs? Oh, hey, look, yeah. So that's the Dragoon pet. If you want to go goon, they get their own dragon. Yeah. He called his dragon Spike. Man, there's not many orcs out here. Where'd they all go? Huh. I see you enjoy the dark arts, Burn. Let's see what's over here. Orcish fodder. I think that might be the Orcish fodder might be what I need to fight. So one of them is tough. The other is a decent challenge. How much EXP have I got? If I die, it wouldn't be too big of a loss. So, fuck it. Let's go after this decent challenge orc. Oh, out of range. Oh, interrupted. Gotta time it better. Alright, I put Dia and Poison on it. If that didn't get resisted. It did not get resisted. Okay, ouch, he hits very hard. So this is gonna be a little more of a challenging fight. Is Poison wore off? Gotta keep up the pressure. Like, he deals a lot of damage. Uh-oh, arm block. He gains the effect of defense boost. Oh, the poison got him. Poison got him. Alright, that is one orc down. But yeah, orcs are a little tough for me still. I might want to wait and get a few levels before I really, go in hard on getting that orcish axe. And yeah, I know, the orcs do look more like lizard men or some kind of strange amphibian tadpole man. I know, but that's what an orc looks like in this game. Personally, I enjoy the turtle people more. They're a more fun beast man to fight for me. But orcs are okay. They okay. Oh crap, I didn't heal myself. I should heal. Oh man, I might have chosen poorly with engaging this bunny rabbit. Oh my god, the critical hit. So I need to get very lucky with my attacks now. I think I'm dead now. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. Oh my god. Is my luck gonna hold? Nope. Dead. Alright, well, first blood. First blood. Alright, and we're back in town. And, okay, my spawn point is set to... Okay, we're right at the town gate here. Okay, that's where I want to be. Which, there's the spawn point crystal over there. I got in a little too over my head. Now, did I lose? Yeah, I lost XP. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. That was a lesson learned. So I killed the orc, but the bunny rabbit was too much for me. I couldn't stop it. So here's the thing, there's another reason you don't want to die in this game other than just that you lose 10% of your EXP. I mean, that's good enough reason, honestly, but the other reason is that when you die, you lose conquest points for your nation. Not you personally, you don't have your conquest points that you've earned taken away, but your contribution in the region, it actually hurts it. So if you're a terrible, bad, shitty player and you die a lot, you can cost your nation the conquest of that region. So you know, no pressure, right? So that way, when your nation loses, everybody can point and say, you! It was you specifically, your fault. Yeah, I know, we're actually a double agent. Alright, so we're gonna stay in our lane, and we're just gonna fight little level 1 things for right now. How many conquest points do I have? I have 569, okay. So when I get 1,000, when I hit 1,000 points, I can get an EXP ring, and they have limited charges. You can only like for the one that I want, you only get 10 charges every week, so it is limited, but it gives you like a bonus 10,000 EXP in total when you use it all. And 10,000 that's pretty good. That'll help push you along in the levels pretty nicely. So I actually saw that on this server. Like I saw someone in the dunes on my other character before I got rid of it all. I saw someone in the dunes who they set their spawn point to the outpost, and they were killing themselves on enemies over and over to the point they were de-leveling. Like, they de-leveled multiple times. And there's really no reason to do that unless you are trying to throw the conquest, basically. So, unfortunately, there are some bad actors about that kind of thing. But it really does take a dedicated, concentrated effort to throw off the results. Like, you would need multiple people doing that to throw the results. And other people would have to kind of not be as active as they could be. Other player over here. That is, how did they got a Santa hat. That's Santa Cat Girl. Wait, are they called Bob Ross? They're Bob Ross! Bob Ross the Cat Girl. Oh, Final Fantasy is wonderful. Final Fantasy, it's a wonderful place. And yeah, I guess, you know, it is kind of inevitable that people would, you know, try to cheese things like that. But it really does take a lot to actually cheese the system. And it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, like, yeah, it is nice to have the, you know, the crafting materials at your home nation. That is nice, but you can still buy the crafting materials if you go to the other nation that won. Like, you can still get it. And the outposts, I mean, as long as your nation at some point controls a region, you can get the outpost to teleport to it. So even if you lose later on, you keep the outpost. You can still teleport there. So it's not that bad to lose, you know? It's not the worst thing. It's competitive, but it's not like it's not super competitive, you know? It's okay. Oh man. I mean, the controls, it's not like it's not that bad. It's really not. Like, I guess, okay, so like here's the thing, right? I write, you know, I know how to write macros, so it's just as easy as, you know, like I hit control plus, you know, control plus 2 to cast Dia, right? It's as natural as hitting, you know, it's as natural as hitting an ability button in Final Fantasy XIV for me. It's a little more setup, but I mean, it functions about the same, right? It is a lot slower if you actually go through the menus, like, you know, you have to use the arrow keys to, like, go through these little menus down here, and then the enter button. But I think the thing about, like, navigating the menus is, A, there are keyboard shortcuts for everything, and B, it's really not, like, a super active game. Like, this game actually plays pretty laid back, you know? Like, when you actually initiate combat, you can basically take your hands off the keyboard, you know? So the thing is, you have time to navigate through the menus. Like, you can take your time. It's almost like you're playing like an old turn-based Final Fantasy game. You know, you've got time. Don't stress it. Oh yeah, I mean the mouse controls the camera too. I generally don't use the arrow keys to control the camera, generally. Like when I'm just moving around, I mean I'm using WASD. I use my right mouse button to control the camera, you know, like I use that, just hold it down. Every now and then I will use Q and E. Q and E just turns your whole character. It's not camera, it's like you're moving your character, right? So like when I'm just like moving forward, if I just want to turn right or left, then I'll hit Q or E. I mean, to me that comes really naturally, and it's not like that's really not that different from Final Fantasy XIV. At least not, I mean, I play that with legacy controls, so maybe that's why. But like that doesn't really feel that different to me. Not really. I mean, I think that's almost exactly how FF14 does it too, right? If you use legacy controls, which I do. I find the legacy controls were just way more comfortable for me. I think that is a thing that happens a lot. Also, you burn the broken link. But I think a lot of people kind of look at games like this, and I see how it can be very easy to get a little overwhelmed by everything that's presented to you. And I think it's probably because there's no tutorials or anything, you know? Not really. The game doesn't really tell you what to do ever. But I guess it's easy to, you know, not get it. I mean, a big thing is accessing the top right menu. So in order to access the top right menu, it's the minus key. And the plus key is your chat. So like if you want to access the chat log, it's plus on the numpad, and then it's minus on the numpad to open up your menu, and it's minus again to open up the secondary menu. And that's something that, like, I mean, if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? The menu's in the top right of the screen, the minus key is on the top right of your keyboard. If you think about it, that kind of makes sense, right? But it's just like, I think it's very easy to overthink it all, and, you know, especially, I think this is a problem of a lot of modern games. Like, a lot of modern games, they don't actually use that many buttons on your keyboard. Like, I can think of a lot of modern games that you basically just use WASD, your left and right mouse button, maybe enter, and escape, and that's it. Like, you literally don't use any other buttons, right? But older games tend to actually utilize the whole keyboard. And it can feel overwhelming, but like, it's just one of those things that comes naturally over time. Like, as you play more and you have to do things more, eventually the shortcuts and all that, like, it'll just become second nature. You know, like, if given time, you'll be hitting every button on your keyboard knowing exactly what you're doing. It's the thing is, most of these games are designed in a way that it doesn't demand that you master it immediately. And I think that's a big difference between older and newer games. I think because most modern games only actually utilize a very few buttons on the keyboard, I think they tend to demand that you master those buttons very quickly, right? And a lot of people get frustrated if they don't immediately know how to play perfectly, right? But games like this, like, it's designed so that when you first play, like, literally you can slow boat through the menus, manually selecting what spell you want to cast, and this is slow as fuck compared to writing a macro, right? But it's not like the game, you know, it's a slow game. It doesn't demand that you be that fast. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. But by the time the game does demand you to be that fast, by that time you will have been playing for so long, doing these things so many times, that it'll come to you. You know, like, you will have learned by that point in time. And when you get into, like, the higher levels, like level 50 plus, when you get to that point in the game, not only do you need to really kind of have a good grasp of macros, but you need to know equipment macros. Like, in this game, you can write macros that will change out inventory slots. Like, you can write a macro that changes what weapon you're using in combat as you're using it, and the game actually is designed with that in mind. Like, a good example is, okay, when you fire a bow and arrow, there's two checks that are made. There's an accuracy check and a damage check. So you could write a macro so that when you first start shooting, like before you shoot, you automatically switch to a bow that has a really high accuracy bonus. And then once you start shooting, while you're in the waiting animation, you have the macro flip over to your damage, like your heavy damage bow. And then when you actually take the shot, you shoot with the damage bow. Which, I know that sounds completely nuts, right? Like, that sounds like some kind of devilry. But, like, when you're at the point in the game where you might need that little extra boost, you know, that mastery of the macro system, when you're at that point in the game, you will have been playing for so long, and you will have been, like, you will have written simpler macros for other things. Like, by that point, you will have mastered this, and you don't have to think about it. But I know a lot of people, they hear that, and they're like, nope, I can't do that, not for me. Well, yeah, of course. Of course you can't do it now, right? But you don't have to. Like, this is way, way into the game kind of stuff, you know? Like, these are things that you'll only need to master, like, we're talking not even level 50, but like level 60 plus. And by that point, you are so invested, you know how to write a macro. So I think that's just the difference. I think that's kind of the perspective difference between old and new school on games like this. I guess I'd ask what's floaty about it, because like honestly for me I don't really see how it's much different than FF14. I feel like the only difference is that the camera is maybe zoomed in a little bit more, right? Like it's a little more zoomed in, but like the way that it moves, I mean it controls more or less like FF14. I guess for me I don't get what's that different about it. And the camera tends to, like when you go into combat, the camera shifts to where you need it to be, like over the shoulder, right? I guess I'm not quite getting what's floating. Oh, hold on, that's my package. 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. I was expecting a package today, and doorbell rang, and that was my package. Alright. But yeah, I guess, as far as cameras go, like I've played a lot of games that have really bad camera systems, but I feel like this one, I mean, you know, once you get a good handle of using Q and E to kind of rotate around, you know, so you can rotate using, you know, holding down the right mouse button, and you can, you know, camera goes where you want it to go. I think, oh wait, I maybe get it. So like, going left to right, that's more or less the same as most games, but when you go up and down, you're not really like... So like, if you look at how the camera goes, the camera is sort of rotating on an axis, right? So like when I go up, I'm looking like straight down, and then when I go down, I'm looking like I guess the way to think about it is the camera is on a circle, right? Like imagine, if you will, there's like an orb around my character. The camera is rotating around the outside of the orb. That's like, if that gives you a good idea. Whereas I think the camera in a lot of other games, it's a little more detached from the actual character. So that might be the floaty feeling that you're experiencing. I mean, the only thing I can say is that it's like, I don't know, it's how the camera is. I'm not sure if there's anything you can do about that. Like, I'm not sure if there's any settings, or if there's any there are add-ons. Like there are add-ons and stuff for FF11, so I don't know, there might be things for that, but it also, it's just a comfort thing. Like for me, I'm very used to it, so I don't even notice it. Like, I don't even notice it because I'm just used to it. So I think maybe like, give it some time and it might grow on you. You'll kind of get used to it. I think in general, and this isn't just like an MMO thing. Yeah, it's not just an old MMO thing, but like older games in general, they tended to do whatever they felt like as far as controls and camera systems. It was the Wild West, right? There wasn't a handbook written about this is how you do it, right? And I think for someone like me, it's, since I grew up with that, it's very easy to just get into the headspace that, like, okay, when I play a game, like whenever I boot up an old game that maybe I'm not familiar with at all, I have to go into it with the idea that the game is not made with my comfort in mind. The game is doing what it wants, and I have to adapt to what the game wants. And if I can do that, if I can get comfortable, then I can begin to enjoy what this game has to offer me. That's kind of the perspective you have to take with a lot of older games. But I'd say as far as older games go, I really don't think FF11 is that far out of pace with what more modern gamers would expect. Like, a lot of the controls and everything, they are very similar or even the same in some case. It's just maybe a little different, right? And that can maybe throw you off. Let's see, I guess my goal here right now, I want to get up to level 8 so I can equip the shield that I have. I got me a nice little level 8 maple shield, so I want to use that. Also, I should use my spells more. Like my other spells. I'm trying to level up my elemental magic, but yeah, I should be leveling up my enfeebling magic. You know, taking time to level up my curative magic. I want to use the spells I have so that I get the levels up and they're more effective. But as far as like camera systems go, I mean, I didn't really mention anything about it, but like when we were doing EverQuest, God, the camera in EverQuest is it is 10 times worse than this one. It's just I know how to control it, so I've just gotten used to it. But that is really not a camera that's very friendly to a modern player, not at all. Man, I love the Ronfar. There's so many enemies that are all just tightly packed together. It's kind of awesome. Also, one thing about FF11 that I do have a hard time with, even still, the sound is very directional. And it is important to hear the direction sound comes from, for a lot of reasons, but, like, it's so directional that, like, if something is happening to the right of you, the sound is very loud in the right ear, but almost non-existent in the left ear. It's not the worst, it's tolerable, but, like, it's just one of those sound quirks of the game. It's just something that, it just comes with playing games like this a lot. That and, I mean, I often will play, like, older games that I've never played before, and the control scheme will be something crazy, and it takes me a minute to adjust to it, but I think that, like, I think when you're just used to that kind of thing, when you're just used to games not catering to your sensibilities, you kind of get in the headspace that I need to adapt to this control scheme, I need to adapt to things, and I need to do that as quickly as possible before I really start to, you know, enjoy the game. Like, you know, step 1 is to acclimate, step 2 is to then begin actually experiencing things, right? I have tried out Gothic 1, and I didn't think it was that bad, although admittedly, I didn't play that much of it. But, main thing is, Gothic 1, the game's story and setting wasn't quite doing it for me. But that's on me. That's all on me. I mean, look, I'm the type of person that I don't think the controls of Daggerfall and Arena are that bad. Like the original controls, not the Unity version controls. You know, I was like, hey, yeah, I'll work with that. That seems fine to me. And I'm also one of those crazy people that, like, I actually prefer the swing your mouse controls for Daggerfall rather than the more modern, just click the button controls. Like, I think a lot of people only like Daggerfall if they can do the, you know, left click to attack setting. But I love the idea of swinging your mouse around to directionally swing your weapon. I love that. Yeah, I know. Like, the Elder Scrolls 1 is rough, but I've done it. I've done it. And it's not just mouse. It does use a lot of keys on your keyboard, but you have to know them. Like, there's keyboard shortcuts for everything. I think if I only played the Elder Scrolls 1 with a mouse, I wouldn't like it very much. But there are, in fact, keyboard shortcuts for everything, and I made use of all of them. I mean, I think another factor here is I like games like even more modern games in the spaceship simulation genre, like the X games. I like X3 and X4, and those are the type of game where, like, to simulate piloting a spaceship and all that, you basically use like you really make use of all the keys on your keyboard. So I just like that kind of game, you know? I really should try Redguard. I never played it. I'm not sure if I own it or not, but I mean, it's not really a proper RPG like the other ones, though. It's more of an adventure game. But oh god, I think of when it comes to bad controls that even I struggled with, I still cannot say enough about Death Trap Dungeon, which I think there's multiple games that have the title of Death Trap Dungeon, but it's the 90s dungeon crawler. Like, that game is just diabolically hard, unfairly hard. But also the camera and actually, I'm not even sure if I don't think that has camera control. Like, I think it's a 3D game that doesn't have camera control. But, like, the movement controls are just ridiculous. Like, if I remember right, in order to jump, it's like the control key. In order to run, it's like I don't know, like, it uses Alt and Control and Space and Tab for things that you wouldn't think you'd use them for normally. And you have to, insert, right, you have to use the insert key in order to jump. So it's like you have to hold the control key to run, the insert key to jump. So if you want to do a running jump, you hold the left control, you push the forward arrow key, and then you hit the insert key to do a jump. That's how you do a running jump in Death Trap Dungeon. Which, if you just maybe take a second to, like, you know, mime on your keyboard what that would look like to hold all of those buttons at the same time. And remember, you do still use the mouse in that game to attack. So, man, Death Trap Dungeon was a fun time. That was a real fun time. But basically, when you play Death Trap Dungeon, you are crossing your arms on the keyboard, splaying your fingers out in order to hit all the keys you need to hit at the same time, to do simple things like do a running jump or a backflip. And the game is an action dungeon crawling platformer, so you need to do, you know, sick backflips and side steps, and it's almost like playing QWOP, but it's a dungeon crawler. But I did beat that. I remember I beat Death Trap Dungeon. Am I sick that I kind of want to go back and do it again? I kind of want to do it again. I mean, I think that's, like, if I remember right, I think that's actually how the game ends, too. Like, at the end of the game, I think that, like, something happens and your character wants to go back into the dungeon to get more loot or something. If I remember correctly. So, it's... that's how I am. I gotta go back. I mean, I will say, Death Trap Dungeon is a really fun game to play on the stream because in addition to the weird janky controls, I mean the game is just hard. Like it's really hard and incredibly punishing. Like that game, it likes to kill you for just no good reason. Like you'll die and you won't know what just happened. And the game loves, I mean it's in the name, the game really loves to throw traps at you, but you don't know it's a trap. Like you'll enter a room and there's a bunch of levers and it's like, one of the levers looks really inviting and it's like, oh, I should pull it, right? And then you pull the lever and then a giant spike column just falls out of the ceiling and crushes you instantly. And then you gotta start over from the beginning of the level again. And that was about 40 minutes ago. The only thing I can say is, Death Trap Dungeon! Just every time, like, yeah, I remember, every time I got killed by an unfair bullshit trap in that game, it's just, yeah. I definitely need to revisit that. Also, my throat's getting a little hoarse already. I mean, I went so long yesterday. I can't do that again. We're not doing that again. But I'm still feeling it. Also, I know, terribly exciting. Just we're just relaxing, murdering small fantasy bunnies. But this is Final Fantasy XI, at least in the early levels. Oh, I know, Fallout 1 and 2. Oh, I know. I have to play Fallout 1 and 2 so that I can, I gotta build up to the masterpiece, critically acclaimed game that is Fallout 76, Sito's favorite game. Look, it's Commander Sito's favorite game on the Citadel, okay? Which, by the way, I really want to go back and play the the trilogy, remaster re-release of Mass Effect. I really want to play through that. Like I want to see what they did to it. God, there's so many games I need to get to. So many. But like so many games to play, and yet here I am, killing vermin in the woods in Final Fantasy XI. Such is my life. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, Dunna's here. So give me a sec. Brief intermission. Alright, I'm back. I didn't have time to put up the intermission screen even. Oh. My bad. But done just here for a moment. And then back to it. But may need to hop up again in a few. But we're good for right now. Good for right now. Again, I won't go on super long today. My voice is still a little hoarse from the super long stream last time. But I think we got a bit more in us. Got a bit more in us. Alright. Which, I guess I should kind of outline my policy for this stream character here. Since I'm just gonna play it casually too. And I realize there's a lot of things that, that might just be boring to do on the stream too much, right? Like, too much. So, I'm gonna play the character offline too, but I'm gonna try to save any sort of important milestones. Like, that'll be a definite stream thing. That would be, you know, doing story arc quests, you know, ranking up, unlocking new jobs, anything at all like that. Anything of note. That'll be stream stuff. But just, you know, just grinding along, doing some partying. I'll totally do that off, you know, not offline, of course, but off stream. And that's just so I save my voice, right? But I do want this to be a bit of a stream experiment, alright? Like, we are experiencing FF11 on stream. This is the raw experience. This is what you get with FF11, or at least this version of FF11. I'm finding this to be kind of the superior version so far. Alright, I'm not too far off of level 8. I think once I hit level 8, I'll probably, like, with the shield I can equip, I'll probably be good enough that I can fight the orcish fodder and all that. I think it's the orcish fodder that I need to fight. But I can fight them and get the axe I need for this nation quest. Gotta use that cure magic. Which my cures are incredibly weak right now. I think the maximum amount that Cure 1 can do is like 30 HP. So not really getting the most out of that. Also, I want to test something. I just thought about something just now. Because I noticed, like, I looked into the distance here, right? Not just there, but like all over, right? And I thought about something, which is draw distance. I think I'm still using the game's default draw distance right now. But there's an add-on for the game called Draw Distance. Yeah, so, okay, /draw distance. We're about to upgrade our game right here, live, on the fly. So draw distance, set world, and then I put in a parameter. So I think 1 is default. Yeah, 1 is default. This is so right now you are experiencing the game at its normal draw distance, right? So if I do set world 2, that'll 2x the draw distance. Oh my god, okay. Feast your eyes. So this right here is the default draw distance. This is what a player on the PlayStation 2 would experience back in the day. But, boom, instant upgrade. Now there's no more foggy, you know, no more fog-shrouded distance. You can clearly see the castle there and all the detail on it. If I turn around, yeah, look at that. You can see into the woods. 1. It's just, ooh, it's just fog. I mean, it is mysterious. I will give it. It is atmospheric. But, like, Yeah, look, now you can see. Now, if I set it up to 3, you don't want to go too extreme because the game was not designed to render things super far away. It just wasn't made for that. But let's see what 3 looks like. Ooh. So there's, like, so 2, you've still got that eerie fog in the distance, right? But with 3, I can clearly see out there. 4. Oh. 5. Zoom! Enhance! Enhance! Give me set world 10! Oh my god. Yeah, look at that. Now I have peak clarity now. I can see everything. But okay, so I'll ask you this. On one hand, I like the idea of being able to render the world around me. Like, I mean, okay, on one hand, being able to see the world around me is pretty cool, but on the other hand, like, okay, maybe 1 is a little too short, right? 1's definitely too short of a draw distance, but 2, right? So, like, you go down to 2, and you have this, like, you have this moody, eerie fog in the distance, right? I kind of like that. Like, I have enough draw distance that I can see, right? But, like, there's that nice, yeah, that nice eerie fog, and like, yeah, I can see the castle now in detail, mostly, but it, yeah, like, there's that eerie fog, and I kind of like it. So yeah, I'm a little conflicted about this. Hold on, let me heal. But, I'm a little, I need a second opinion on this. So on the one hand, I like the idea of being able to physically see, you know, miles into the distance, right? Like, that's cool, right? On the other hand, there is a certain moody atmosphere with the fog, especially in the forest here, right? Like, there is a definite mood fog in the air here. Actually, oh god, that's a, you know what? This is a good example. So imagine in Silent Hill if you could increase the render distance and remove the fog. That would look like shit. Like, the moody atmosphere would be gone, right? Like, the fog is the atmosphere. Now, I don't know if that applies to a game like this, right? I'm not sure it applies here as well. But what I will say is I do feel like the default draw distance it's too short. Like, that, to me, that's a little too foggy. You know, like, it's, yeah, it has the moody atmosphere, but it's a little too foggy. But I think 2 is pretty good. Like, I can see, but the fog is still there. Like, when I set the draw distance up to something crazy like 10, like, now there's no fog at all. Yeah, like, with 10, there is no fog whatsoever. I can see everything. There's no, yeah, there is no mystique, right? Yeah, I don't know. I feel almost like I can see too much, right? Like, I think that fog is atmospheric, and I think it's supposed to be there too. For right now, I'm playing on draw distance 2. But that's just another one of those interesting little things. Anybody interested in playing? Yeah, pay attention to the add-ons. Like, the add-ons, which, for Horizon, they actually, they have a bunch of add-ons just loaded up into the launcher. You can enable or disable them in the launcher. Add-ons do a lot of crazy shit with the game. Like, they can really change the look and feel of the game. They can give you access to whole new menus and shit. And for me, draw distance is one of those important add-ons for the game. To a point. Now, wait a second. Okay, right here. So right now, you'll notice there's no fog in the distance, right? You'll notice there's no fog, right? Because now, it's a different time of day, the sky is more clear, and now you don't have the fog. And now, I can see much further, even naturally, right? Like, without the draw distance upped, I can see further. So like, the fog isn't just there for rendering. The fog is an atmospheric thing. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it on 2 for now, so I have twice the normal render distance, but I'm still getting the mood fog. I like the mood fog. It's just there are certain things in this game that the default render distance is not enough to portray the way it's intended. Here's a good example. On Kufim Island, there's a big-ass tower called Delkfoot Tower, and with the game's default render distance, you cannot render the entire tower at the same time. So when you look at the tower, like when you're standing at the base of the tower and you look up at it, it's like the tower is chopped in half. Like you're not seeing it all. And if you up the render distance, you can actually see it all. So clearly, like, it is rendered, like, they made the assets, it's able to be rendered, but the default render distance couldn't handle it. Yeah, that's, so, like, I have, like, there's, like, an overhaul. There's, like, a total, sound and graphic overhaul for Morrowind. I have that installed. And, it does have the problem that, like, if you have, like, maximal draw distance, things look worse. Like, there's a limit to it, right? Like, you know, more than the default looks good, but if you go too far, it starts to look worse, and it's because, if you can render everything, you can see way further than the game intended you to see, and then you start to see the towns and all that, they're really not that far from each other. Like they're really close to each other, unnaturally close. And that's something you wouldn't even notice if the draw distance was less. So yeah, this is one of those things that I think the knee-jerk reaction, or the knee-jerk way to feel about it for a lot of gamers, not just modern gamers, also ding, but for a lot of gamers, you know, they want more fidelity, you know, longer draw distance, all that good stuff, and in many cases, more is more is better. But in some cases, the limitations aren't just limitations. Like, in some cases, the limitation also, like, there's a mood associated with it. There's, you know, there's an atmosphere with it. Again, the Silent Hill example. Like, if you could take a Silent Hill game and edit out the fog and jack up the render distance so you could see, like, the whole town all at once, it would look so bad. Like, it would look terrible. The text box. I've heard, like Burn said the text box was too small, too. I mean, like, I guess, so on my screen, alright, like, I don't know, I'm running at 1080p, which I guess if you're running in, like, 4K or something, this is probably gonna look really bad, but I'm running at 1080p. That's my monitor, that's what I'm running at, and it looks perfectly fine. Like, it looks good. Like, the text is more than readable. I'm not sure if there is a setting to make it larger. There probably is somewhere. I feel like there's probably somewhere, either in-game or in the launcher, a setting to make the text larger. I do know, like, there's chat filters, font colors, so you can change the colors of things. Windows. Adjust shared window settings. Oh, I can change the, look, I can change the flavor of the window. Oh, that's terrible. Window effects. Multi-window. Vertical, horizontal, off. Timestamps. I don't know, there might be something to... Wait. Windows, window 1. Reactive window sizing, max lines, window width, resize time. I don't know, there might be something to fix it, but I'm not sure. To me, it looks fine. Like, I don't know, it looks fine to me. And some of the options, like, some of the options for this stuff is in the launcher, not the game. And that was just how the game was designed. I think for the time they have they have a lot more menu customization and all that than a lot of games had. Like so okay, let's talk EverQuest real quick. Now the EverQuest that I showed you guys, that is using the more modern user interface, but the original interface of EverQuest, 3/4 of the screen was covered up by just the a stone granite looking user interface. Like, it was very stylized and all that, but like all of your menus and all that were in completely non-modifiable stylized like artwork that bordered 3/4 of the screen, like on the left, the right, and the bottom. So you'd only be playing the game in a small square that would be like half of your screen size. That's how EverQuest was originally played. That's how I played it back in the day. And you couldn't change that. Like, you could not change that layout at all. It was very different than what's on Project 1999. That's one thing they didn't emulate. So a game like this that gives you any amount of customization over the windows and the user interface, like, that is very ahead of its time at the time. I know that nowadays most games let you completely change everything, but that was not common back in the day. But I guess for me, like, the window size and everything, like the text, I guess for me it's fine. If you're running the game in a higher resolution, it's probably not going to look great. I guess the only thing I can say is run the game in a lower resolution. Like, that's actually what I have to do with a lot of incredibly old games. Like, I have to either run them in a window, or I have to run them at a lower resolution so it's kind of like blown up onto my screen. And yeah, that looks a little, you know, you get a little blurriness and all that, but like, it's better than having text that you need a microscope to see. I don't think FF11 is that bad though. Like, especially with the like, this has had enhancements to it to make it work on more modern hardware. Like, I don't think it's that bad. But yeah, when it comes to getting used to this, I'd just say, like, you really need to kind of take a bit to acclimate to the controls, the interface, to what is kind of expected from you, to really get a feel for the game. And, you know, once you're a little more comfy with that, then to get into, like, you know, fighting things and leveling up and actually playing the game. And I know that's that is a lot to ask of the modern, sophisticated gamer, you know, the gamer of culture. But it's just kind of what you need to do for a lot of these old games. And for a lot of people, they're not willing to do that. But if you're willing to do that, and you do get used to it, you will find a whole new world. You know, you'll be on a magic carpet ride to a whole new world. Yeah, this is definitely more in the deep end. Like, if you were, like, okay, if you were to get into, like, City of Heroes, you know, City of Heroes also isn't fully modern, but, like, City of Heroes, I would say, it has a much more customizable interface, so it's got that going for it. And the camera controls and all that are generally much more modern and smooth than something like this. So that's why I said City of Heroes is on the more shallow end of the pool. You know, we're more in the deep end here, but if you can, you know, if you can get used to it, it's a good swim. Like, the thing is, I love me some old school games, and I'm the type of gamer that it actually enjoys to play more janky, broken games. Like, I have a really high tolerance for that kind of thing. You know, I get fun out of it. But when I suggest games to other people, you know, like I'm not just showing you, but I'm suggesting, hey, give it a try. When I do that with a lot of disclaimers, a lot of asterisks, and I really like to make it very clear exactly what you're getting into and what you can expect. I think a lot of people that are like me and that like these kinds of games, I think a lot of us are we're very deep into this, and it can be difficult to kind of see the perspective of someone who's not used to this, right? Like for someone like me, it's second nature to acclimate to a game like this, but I do see that other people, it's not like that, and so I gotta, you know, I gotta make it clear what you're in for. I think a lot of people just don't have any self-awareness about that. So I'm noticing my poison, it's getting resisted a lot, but that's my poor skill. Oh yeah, there we look. Poison, resist. Now I will say one thing about the chat box here. One thing I might want to do is I may want to eventually split the chat box. Like what you can do is you can split the chat box down the middle, and you can filter like I could have all the combat text be on the left box, and then all of the chat, like, you know, when people are talking in the world or in my party or whatever, I could have that all be on the right window, and then combat on the left, and that would, like, I feel like that would get rid of the gigantic amount of space that's just not being used to the right. It would make it look a little better, and it would also make reading the text easier when I start playing with other people and I need to see what they're saying. But we're not there yet. We're not at that phase yet. Also, Sito, I never had a Kinect, but you know what I did have? I had the PlayStation Move, and I thought it was fine. The Move was fine. But, yeah, I think, one way that this game isn't, like, a way that this game is not completely in the deep end of the pool, like not 100%, is that, well, I said it before, this game does not really demand that you master, like it doesn't demand that you master the controls and macro scripting and all that. It really does not demand that you do that for a very long time. Like, honestly, you can make it to level 50 just, you know, not even using macros, but just navigating the menus to manually select your abilities, you know, having poor mastery of the camera and all that. You can go really far with that, and it's not a problem. And especially in the early levels when you're just running around mashing rabbits, you don't really need to know anything about how to play the game. Like, all you need to know is how to attack, which, by the way, if you want to attack, and I feel really bad for you if you're like I think if you don't use a shortcut, I think you have to, like, you gotta click the enemy, click it again, and then click the attack button, and I think that's how you have to attack normally. For me, I couldn't live like that. But you can do that, and it works just fine in these low levels. But what I do is, whenever you see me attacking an enemy, I'm hitting Control A. Hitting Control A is the shortcut for just, you know, whip out your weapon and attack. And that's one of those things, like, as you play the game more, and you start playing, you know, just testing the waters more, you'll learn these shortcuts, you'll learn how things work, you'll learn the ins and outs just as you go. And if you don't, you can always ask someone, like That's actually a great idea, is just like ask someone. There's tons of people playing on this server. I am in the HorizonXI Discord as well. Not right now, because I'm here streaming, and I like to keep the apps to a minimum. But if you go into the HorizonXI Discord, like, man, they're very helpful. And, you know, or you can just do it in-game. Like, literally just ask people in-game, and they'll tell you how to do stuff. Because most of them are veterans. But I do think that this game does a good job of easing you in with the actual mechanical difficulty. Like, the game doesn't really demand that you know too much to start. Like, these early low-level enemies, they don't, you know, they don't hit particularly hard, they don't have any tricky mechanics. You can just fight them, kill them, and move on. It's not, you know, it doesn't really require anything out of you. But later on, like, I'm trying to think of some of the later encounters you'll have. Not even just later, but like, I don't know, when you're up like when you're partying with other players in Valkurm Dunes, that's kind of the first, like, cooperative, we need to team up and do things together type of zone. Like, the first couple enemies you'll be fighting there are lizards, which, when you fight lizards, I think the low-level ones can do it too, but even the level, like, 10-ish ones, whenever you fight a lizard, they have an attack called Baleful Gaze, and if you get hit by Baleful Gaze, it petrifies you. You get turned to stone, and that condition lasts up to a full minute. So if they Baleful Gaze you and you get hit by it, and you're frozen for a full minute, you're dead. Like, you don't know it yet. You're still standing on your feet. You think you're in the game, but you're dead. You don't know it, but you're dead yet. You're already dead. But the thing is you can just turn away. Like, that goes for any sort of, like, gaze attack. Any enemy that uses a staring type of attack, you can just turn your character away and that'll stop it. I think Final Fantasy XIV works the same way with that. The difference is, in FF14, very rarely does it actually matter if you get hit by it or not. Like, I know there's some enemies in FF14 that, like, you know, they can do a nasty status effect on you if you look at them when they do a stare attack. The difference is, in 14, you can pretty much just face tank it. Like, it doesn't really matter, and if it's something like a petrify, it only lasts for like 10 seconds. It's not, you know, it ain't that bad. But no, you get hit by it here, you're dead. You're just fucking dead. So yeah, as you proceed in the levels, there will be more and more enemies that have interesting attacks that if they hit you, that just might mean you're dead already. But they all generally have some way to counteract them, or you don't have to fight them. Like, that's an acceptable answer. Just don't fight them. That works too. You know, like, if there's a particular type of enemy that you find really difficult, you don't have to fight it. You know, there's always other things to fight. And I was just thinking about the oh god, the goblins. I think goblins in Final Fantasy XIV they're kind of a minor annoyance. Like, they don't really do anything particularly special. But here, goblins are nasty spellcasters, some of them. The ones that can cast spells, they will cast all of the nasty spells that you do to the enemies, they'll do it to you. And also, they all have their little goblin bombs. And when they throw those bombs, it is complete dice roll on the damage. Like, sometimes they'll throw the bomb, and they'll just drop it at their feet and kill themselves. Good for you. Sometimes it'll only deal minor damage, nothing special. And then if the dice roll against you, they'll throw that bomb and it'll just kill you dead. It'll just one-shot you. And it'll kill your whole party, too. It's a massive AoE. But that's the fun of it. There is a lot of random factor in this game when it comes to enemies. It's both random and not random, and that's something I could elaborate on if anyone cares. But it's much different than how things work in FF14 and also just a lot of games in general. Like in FF14. Enemies are pretty much scripted so that they always kind of do the exact same attack patterns in the same order every time. Like whether it's just an enemy in the open world or it's like a boss encounter, they all tend to do the same thing every time. It's very predictable, and you can time your watch to when enemies are going to use certain attacks. So it makes the more difficult fights more of a memory game, more of a Simon Says kind of thing, right? It's just about pattern, not even pattern recognition, but just remembering the steps of the dance, so to speak. But here, enemy attacks are just completely random. Like every enemy they have a pool of moves that they can use. And when they get enough TP to do an attack, they go down the list, they just choose randomly. And that can get real fucking nasty. Like, if you're not careful, if you're not prepared, it can get real nasty when they... Like, okay, I'm thinking, when on the other server, the reason I kept losing the fight against Garuda, right? Like, I went up against Garuda like twice trying to get the avatar for my summoner. And every time I fought her, she used White Wind multiple times. Which, White Wind is her limit break attack. Not attack, it's her limit break that it's a defensive one. It completely heals her HP to full. Like no matter how low her HP is, she heals to full. Right? And I got so lucky. Yeah, I got so lucky that she white-winded herself like 2 or 3 times, and I couldn't beat that. Like, I ran out of MP, I ran out of time, I just couldn't win. Like, I literally couldn't win. Now, there were things I could have done to mitigate that, like, as far as I remember, I didn't run out of time. It was getting down there, but like the main issue was that I ran out of MP. Like, I just didn't have enough MP to keep up in the fight. So the way that I could have mitigated that is I could have gone into the fight with more like elixirs and stuff, right? So when I did the fights, I go in with a set number of like MP regen items and ethers to boost up my MP. The thing is, those are very expensive medicines, so like I would only bring a couple in, right? So I kind of have to be like, look, I can't let the fight go on too long. But yeah, the way to mitigate stuff like a boss just 100% healing itself over and over is you need to come more prepared. Like, you need to go into the fight with a full inventory of MP regen items. And that means that you could potentially lose a lot of gil on the fight. But that's just how FF11 is. Like, there's a lot of classes in the game that you need gil in order to play. Like, if you want to be a good ninja, you need a lot of money, because every single time you cast a ninja magic spell, that costs 1 ninja tool. And those tools ain't cheap. You know, if you want to be a good ranger, every time you put an arrow on your bow and shoot it, that is money you are shooting into the enemy. You know, those arrows cost money, and the good arrows cost a lot of money. So it's just, yeah. It's just how the game is played, but another thing to get used to. Also, I see that, if I'm not mistaken, Donna is returning again. So I don't know if we'll be able to continue. I'm not sure. But for now, I'll put us on intermission. All right. So we're going on intermission. I'll be back in a few minutes and update you on if we're good or not. Alright, I'm back. The wife will in fact need food soon. However, it shouldn't take me too long to make, I made that big pot of pasta sauce. So to boil some noodles up to go with it, shouldn't take too long. But also, she's got some other things to do with the lizard. The lizard needs attention. So we've got a minute. We've got a minute still. Let's switch on back here. Also, I wanted to test something out here. So, I'm not sure what's better for you guys, as far as, like, the game and the chat and all that goes. I've been running it in the window here, like this. Just our normal stream window, right? But this does have a lot of unnecessary not user interface, but, like, stream interface stuff. And I'm not a huge fan of that type of thing. So I am wondering, do we want to do it like, let's see, like this? Do we want to go full screen and then have the chat over to the right? Do we want to do it like that? You still get the chat, and honestly, there's not really, I feel like you don't need the other stream decor, right? We don't really need that. I don't know how distracting. Like, I don't know how distracting having the chat on the right side of the screen is. It's not covering up anything. There's no user interface that really goes there, so, or that goes there for long anyway, I should say. Like, hold on, let me check. The menu doesn't cover that up, right? No. So yeah, it's not covering anything up. Alright. So going forward, we'll stick to this view. We'll be in a nice, a nice full window. So I am checking something. Is the resolution? It's the same. Okay. For a second, it looked like the window was stretched, but it's not. It's running proper. I know some people actually prefer to have all like the stream stuff on screen, but I don't know. I like to keep the focus on the game. It's the reason why I don't use the camera anymore. I like to keep things keep the focus on the game, you know? And we already go off topic enough, just talking about whatever we feel like talking about. So the least we can do is keep the focus of the visual focus on the game. Though in the future, what I might want to do is maybe have the chat fade away after a certain amount of time, so it's not always there. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, so I'm looking real quick for some orcish fodder. Also, how's my inventory? Nowhere near full. I've got plenty inventory space. I was a little worried that it might be getting full. Oh, we need a little animated chesty in the corner. That's what we need. Vampirella. That's a name. I think that's a Dark Knight. They got the armor for it. Okay, Orcish Fodder, Orcish Mesmerizer. Now I think this is what drops the axe, but I'm not sure. Like I think it is. I think this is what drops the axe, but I can't really be sure. I know the Mesmerizer isn't what I want. Like the Mesmerizer is definitely not what I want. So I don't know. I don't want to get too close to that. So one thing that this server does is they have changed up the locations of some of the enemies, and I noticed that they've made like they've taken a lot of the enemies that normally patrol the roads. They've removed them and kind of pushed them to the sides. I think like there's normally an orcish fodder that spawns over here like near town, but I don't see him anymore. I'll look around a bit more, but I don't think he's there anymore. And that would make sense because he's a higher level enemy that would just destroy newbies for no reason. So I see why they might move that. Oh yeah, hey, here he is. So he's still here, but he's a little further away from town. Okay. Oh, he saw me. He saw me. Also, I'm very sure I could get better spells at this point. Very sure. So he hits a lot harder than I do. I'm a little nervous here because he's doing a lot of damage to me. Like he's hitting really fucking hard. Yeah, like when I critical hit, I hit for 10. So like he does as much as I do on a critical, and that's just his normal attack against me. Is he still poisoned? I'm looking at the chat log. Oh, he resisted my poison. That would explain why his health isn't going down. Okay, let's see if we can't correct this. Poison. Okay, his Dia effect wore off. Okay, he's poisoned, he's Dia'd. He's got 2 damage over times on him. Alright, I just used all of my curative magic. I have nothing left. Okay, he's down. He fell down. God damn. Yeah, the orcs are kind of rough. I honestly think the orcs are harder than the Quadav turtle beastmen. Like they can be rough for a new player too, but I think the orcs are just legitimately stronger. Which that is a thing. The not all newbie zones are created equal. The different beastmen that you'll run into, they have very different capabilities. And just the enemies that you'll run into, I mean, like out here in the Ronfar, the enemies, I don't know if you've noticed, but the enemies that I've been killing, they don't drop anything good. Like all you get is earth crystals, and earth crystals are the most dirt common type of crystal in the game. They don't sell to other players for anything. Like you can sell them for maybe 200 or 300 gil for a stack of them. Like like when you're in Bestock, the newbie enemies you'll be killing, they drop wind crystals, and those sell for about 1,200 gil because they're a little rarer and they have more uses to most players. And the same goes for just the junk loot, like hair meat. That's not really worth anything. Flintstones, rabbit hides, not much value there. You can't really sell them to players for much, but in Bestock, when you kill the bees, they drop honey, and that's a good cooking ingredient. You can sell that. There's a lot more bats too, and those have bat wings, which are for a quest. So you can sell those for money. Like, there's a lot of things in Bestock that you can sell for good cash. But here, yeah, in Sandoria, it's a little more barren as far as things you can kill for money. And I don't know too much about Windurst. I know Windurst, the low-level enemies around Windurst, they've got, like, I think they're fire element, and fire element is not as valuable as wind crystals, but it's still like around 1,000 gil, something like 900 to 1,000 gil. Threepak. The XCOM Files is our weekend game. We do the XCOM Files on the weekend, like Saturday, Sunday, sometimes Friday too. But it's our weekend game. During the weekdays, we're just we just play whatever. And right now, I'm kind of in a Final Fantasy XI old school emulator mode right now. I try to make it a little more clear. I try to update like the stream info on my channel, but I need to update it again with what I'm doing. But yeah, we have like a much different presentation on the weekdays and on the weekends. This is more of just the, you know, hangout. This is the hangout stream, you know, hangout, chat, banter, and we just play whatever during the weekday. I'm very surprised that I've gotten so many people interested in this little quirky emulated server for Final Fantasy XI. I'm surprised I've gotten anyone interested. But I look forward to playing with people on this server. My blue-haired anime protagonist demands friends. I maybe should have named the character something different. Like, Doubleless is normally what I name my fantasy wizard characters. And while I guess technically I am a fantasy wizard on this character, I feel like it's not quite fitting for a blue-haired anime protagonist girl. That's probably not as fitting as it could be. I'm not sure what I don't really have a good fantasy name for that kind of thing, but I don't think Doubleless would be it. Yeah, well, Avexis, so, like, I mean, where'd you start? Like, what did you choose to start? And I think this server has level sync, so, like, if we're vastly different in levels, you can sync down to the lowest level player. Oh, Sandoria! Yeah, you're in Sandoria then. Like, I'm out here. I'm out in West Ronfar, just outside of the Western Gate. Which also, welcome to Fantasy France. Like, Sandoria is it's kind of supposed to be like a weird hybrid of fantasy European, but mostly French. That Chateau de Augriel? That's... I still can't pronounce it. I'm more of a Bestock man myself, but for this character, for this stream, I went Sandoria, because I honestly have never done, like, the missions for Sandoria. Like, every nation has their own totally unique main story quest. So I've only ever done the Bestock one. I've never done Sandoria or Windurst. So I thought it'd be fun to start here. Also, since you're a fellow Oreo, get used to the nickname for Sandoria. Sandy Oreo. Everyone back in the day, they called Sandoria Sandy Oreo. Oh, okay, and hold on. I need to take a quick intermission again. The lizard has pooped, and we have to weigh him. It's important. It's important. So BRB. Alright, I'm back. I do also need to make pasta for the wife. So, the good thing is that's not a super hands-on thing, and I'm waiting on the water to boil right now. So, I can do that and play a game that you can basically play without your hands. I can do the two things at the same time. So, hold on, let me catch up with the chat. So, okay, let me explain let me get back on this, but let me explain the lizard thing. So, look, lizards are, they're fragile creatures. You gotta make sure they're not, you know, they're not getting too fat. Gotta make sure that there's no parasites, so they're losing weight unexpectedly. We have a little bearded dragon. Well, not so little, but it's a full-grown one. And in order to make sure that everything's healthy and okay, whenever he poops, you weigh him. You know, because that's kind of the most accurate time to do it. Like, if you weigh the lizard and it hasn't pooped, then you might just be weighing a bunch of poop, basically. So that's why we do it. Like, the thing is, when we first got the reptile, it's more Donna's than mine. I like our cats, and they're all over me, and they don't mix good with the lizards. So, but when we first got him, he was just full of parasites. Like, he was loaded with parasites, and we kind of think maybe the reptile breeder was not the best. But, yeah, like, the first couple months was just sorting his health out. And now he's in a good place. Now he's doing good. But, you gotta keep on top of it, you know? Also, I think the water is about to beep, so, this is multitasking. This is being a streamer and also making dinner. But the convenient thing is, like, I am right next to the kitchen. And I like cooking. At some point, I guess I'll have to do a cooking stream. But, alright, I'm gonna put on the noodles, get them going. There's already a big pot of nice pasta sauce waiting to go. So half my work is already done. But, God, I kill things too fast. While I'm resting, I'm gonna put on the water, or you know, get the water going, get the noodles going. But one sec again. Alright, back again, and this time for at least 10 to 15 minutes, because the noodles gotta cook. I know some people, like, when it comes to, you know, maintaining the stream, the show going on, I know some people will, like nothing can interrupt the stream. No, I do have things to do every now and then. But I try to be timely, and if I know it's gonna take like, oh, this is gonna take like more than 10 minutes, you know, then okay, then we gotta pause things and pick it up later. But for quick things, like, yeah, gotta take a minute. I think that's also why I prefer more slow focus games, because you can afford to take that minute. Which, I'm not gonna lie, playing Final Fantasy XI, I've had moments when I'm in a party with other people and I'm the healer, right? And I've totally just taken a minute to do something. Like, look, when you have a good feel for the situation, you can do that. And people won't even be noticed. Also, oh god, I'm getting the, I went over to the kitchen where I have that big pot of sauce, and, my throat's a little tingly now, so don't mind if I cough, but, it's because I put 2 really fucking spicy peppers into the sauce, and, like, when it was cooking, it was so hot, or so spicy, that, it like my eyes were just watering and I couldn't breathe, and it's like, oh god, that's too much. But it's calmed down now, but when I go over to it and I'm like, oh, let me see, is it still warm? And I get a waft of the steam, and it's and then suddenly I start choking, like, yeah, it's still warm, still spicy. But we are a spicy household. We enjoy our spice. That said, today I'm kind of in the mode for a peanut butter and jelly for dinner, which I know. But I made that nice pasta sauce, but it's like, man, I really want that peanut butter and jelly. Also, ding, 9. I think I can, I really should go to town and get more spells. Like, I should really get more spells. But before I go back to town, I'm just gonna check that orcish fodder and see if he's respawned. Like, I need that orcish fodder for my, you know, for my nation quest. I have to slay it for my nation. Which, oh yeah, on the talk of nations in this game, you can change your nation with one. There's 2 caveats to that. So okay, since each nation has its own like main story quest, basically, when you change nations, you're starting all over from the beginning again. Like, any progress you make is saved. So like, if I get to rank 5, or bad example, if I get to rank 4 in Sandoria and then I switch to Bastok, I'm now rank 1 all over again. But if I switch back to Sandoria, I'll get my rank back. I'll be rank 4 and I'll have all my points and it'll all be good again, right? Your progress is saved. So that's like one caveat, or not. That's not the caveat. Not the catch there. The catch is 2 things. 1, the cost to change nation. So real quick, if you look at the region, the conquest listing. So in the conquest listing, you can see the balance of power in the top right of the screen. So right now, Sandoria number 1. Hail Sandoria! Sandy Oreos forever. But then Bastok and then Windurst. Windurst in last as is expected. But so here's the thing. If I so like, okay, when you change nations, the cost to change nations is dependent on what the current balance of power is. So like, if I wanted to change over to Windurst right now, like if I wanted to switch to Windurst, it would cost me about 4,000 gil, which is nothing. I mean, I have 20k, right? That's nothing. If I wanted to change to Bastok, that would cost me, I think, it's like around 10,000 gil, which is, yeah, that's getting there. That's getting there. That's a bit of a price, right? But if I was, like if I was in Windurst or Bastok and I wanted to change to Sandoria, if I wanted to do that, it would cost 40,000 gil, because Sandoria is number 1. So they kind of, like, they do it like this because they kind of want to discourage people from just switching to the current popular nation, right? So like, everybody doesn't just join Sandoria and, you know, the whole server is Sandoria. But there is another catch, and it's a story-related catch. So in the nation ranking, like in the main story quest, I believe it's rank 5. When you get to rank 5, the story arc for rank 5 is that there's some big crisis threatening your nation and the world, and you know, you get involved in that, right? And that's kind of the story arc for rank 5. When that happens, you cannot change nations. Like, if you go to change nations, they'll be like, no, there's too much going on in the world, your nation needs you, we can't take your application. So if you're rank 5 specifically, they won't allow you to change nations, because story reasons. So there's those two catches, but otherwise you're free to change nations as much as you want. You know, outside of having to pay money, and you can't do it if you're rank 5 because story reasons. Oh, but I love it. But Bestock is best stock. I mean, look, I am a Bestock man, but I gotta admit, I kind of, the problem with Bestock is that it's really brown and gray. Like, it's super brown and gray. And I mean, I don't know. I like color, right? I like some colors in my game. I like a nice green, lush forest, right? I mean, hell, even Winders, they've got like they have a really colorful, like, jungle savanna hybrid theme going on. I don't know, it looks cool, right? It's very colorful. Very whimsical. You know, even that's fine, right? But Bestock is just, it's just gray-brown mountains. That's it. There's no grass. There's no grass, there's no trees, it's just dirt. And that's a little boring, you know? Oh, you got tunnel wormed. But it's okay. I don't think you lose the XP until level 5. Like, I don't think they take your XP till you're a couple levels in. But valuable lesson learned. I'm guessing. I'm not sure if I missed it because I've been up, you know, between the kitchen and here. But what class did you go with? Because I'm assuming that you just missed a lot. Like, what race and class did you go with? Because I'm assuming you just missed a lot and then died. That's usually how it goes. That's perfectly normal for the first couple of levels. I mean, I got killed by a rabbit earlier, right? Because I missed a lot. And then look, and now I critical hit twice in a row against the rabbits. Look who's the master now. I still don't have any weapon skills though. Black Mage is a rough one to start, but it's actually, this is actually one of the better servers to be a Black Mage on. Yeah, like if you're missing, I think Black Mage starts the game with a club, right? Yeah, in order to not miss so much, you just have to level up your weapon skill, and that is directly your accuracy. Which means just keep hitting things, you know, just keep trying. And remember to use your spell. I think Black Mage starts with Stone. Remember to use your spells liberally, because you also want to level up your elemental magic, because that's your magic accuracy too. I would say that Black Mage is maybe a little bit harder of a start, just because it's, you know, it's not physically strong, and it's, you know, MP management is a little rough in the early levels, but it's perfectly fine, it's doable, and parties love Black Mages on this server. And this server is where you want to play a Black Mage, because, like, this server has a 4x multiplier on MP healing, so, like, you regenerate your MP much faster when you heal. Much, much more comfortable to be a Black Mage, or any kind of mage, but, yeah, it is a little rough to start. Like, it'll get much better as you level up. Like, every single level that you get, your MP it'll keep building faster and faster, and you'll get some passive bonuses that'll increase your MP and your MP regen as you level up. So it'll get better, but it's a rough start. It's why I tend to go for either a physical class that just needs to worry about hitting things, or Red Mage. Like, the reason I like Red Mage is because, yeah, you know, I have the magic to manage and all that, but if I run out of MP, I can just hit things with a sword, and that works too, you know? But I reiterate, everything is viable. All choices are viable. It's just you know, you might be a little rougher to start than others. And also, I'd say human, I mean, human is kind of, as far as racial choices in this game go, human is the thing to choose if you're not 100% sure what you want to play more permanently. Because humans just have good all-around stats. They're good at, they're average to good at everything. Like, the problem with playing something like a Taru is they have gigantic MP pools. Like, they are the best mages in the game, hands down. Like, they can outpace a human easily. The problem is they have, like, no HP, they're physically incredibly weak. If they get hit, they just drop. So if you think you might not always want to play a mage, like maybe you want to mix it up and play a more physical class, you're gonna hate being a Taru. Same goes for being like a Galka, you know. If you only want a physical, it's great. If you think you might want to cast spells at some point in time, you're gonna hate being a Galka. So with humans and elves and the cat girls, they all have more or less balanced stats. More or less. They have their strengths and weaknesses, but they're mostly balanced around a midline. You know, they never really excel at anything, but if you're indecisive, they're just right. Also, give me a sec, I'm gonna rest up my character and check on that pasta noodle. In a sec. And also, I may have a tip on the physical damage too. Give me a minute. Checking the pasta. Alright. I return. I return. Let me just catch up on what I missed here. Oh god, the struggling against smashing a rabbit. Oh no. But it was a really wily rabbit, alright? It was... Listen, you don't understand. This was no ordinary rabbit. It was wild. But yeah, okay, I can give some tips though that can help on this. On both the spellcasting and also the physical. So what you might consider going with, so as a black mage, I think black mages, like obviously you need to get a little cash, but like when you can, black mages can also use staffs, and I believe they can use some knives, and like the staff is slower, but it deals much higher damage than a standard club. Like, it's kind of slower but heavier hitting, and that can work out pretty good. Also, something to take in mind is that weapon skills carry over between classes. So, like, I think warriors, for instance, can use clubs. What you could do is you could switch over to warrior and fight things as a warrior for a little bit with your club, and that would get your, like, you know, they have an easier time fighting. So you could build up your skill points with that, and then switch back over to Black Mage, and you would be much more accurate. You know, like, you'd keep that accuracy. But on spellcasting, I can give a tip, which is, well, I'll show you. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed me doing it, but, like, let me find an enemy. Like, the Tunnel Worm is kind of a bad example. The rabbit. So, like, okay, I have Stone, which is also a Black Mage spell. So, timing. It's all about timing. So, I hit. So if I go in all willy-nilly, I get interrupted, right? Okay, it attacked Stone right now. There you go, I win. So the thing is it's all about timing. Since every spell takes a certain amount of time to cast, the best time to cast a spell is immediately when you see the enemy attack. Like, when you see them attack, immediately start casting your spell. And that way you get it off before it hits you and interrupts you again. And you can mostly reliably do that. Yeah, see, they attack, I cast my spell. Attack, cast a spell. So that's the way you want to do it. Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is, like, for me, this is second nature. Like, well, of course, right? Like, I've played so many games where spellcasters, if they get looked at wrong, it interrupts their cast, right? So for me, it's second nature to, like, time it so that I'm in between enemy attacks. But yeah, a lot of modern games, they don't really have, like, spell interruption. So I guess some people might not even think about it, right? It's just like, why? Oh, like, what's wrong with me? But no, it's just a timing thing. This is also where Red Mage is kind of awesome. I don't have it right now, but Red Mage, like Red Mage has a fast cast passive bonus as it levels up. So when I gain a few levels, I will start to cast spells 10% faster than normal, and when I'm much higher level, I'll cast spells about 20% faster than normal. So, and you get that bonus even if you sub Red Mage. So sub-jobbing Red Mage is a good way to boost your casting speed. Also, I cannot even begin to tell you how many hours I put into FF11 or any of the other MMOs I've played. I love these games. Like, here's the thing, right? A lot of people play tons of games a little bit. I have played a lot of games, but that's mostly because I'm 35. I've had a lot of time, right? But for the most part, I tend to stick to just a few games I really like, and I play those a lot. So I couldn't tell you. And hey there, UL. We're still just bantering. We're bantering, and I'm helping people, giving hot tips and tricks, giving lots of hot tips and tricks here. I'm the Nintendo hotline today. But yeah, I do realize that a lot of the things that are second nature to me, they're just, yeah. It's not things that modern games really make you think about, so I'm here, I'm open to help. And again, just talk to people. Like, this is a very social game, so don't be afraid to just talk to random players you see and, like, you know, ask them for tips, ask them for help. As you play the game, you'll need to ask them to help you with things. Like, I know for a fact when I get up in levels and I need my sub job, I know for a fact I'm gonna have to ask other players to help me get my sub job items. Like, I can't get them on my own. But see, I'm trying to think. There's a couple other little gimmicks with spell casting. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't actively think about them. But well, okay, with Black Mage. As Black Mage levels up, and I will admit I tend to play Red Mage more than Black Mage. I like a good jack of all trades, but hold on, gotta time that right. I need to cure myself. So with Black Mage, oh no, it aerial wheeled me. Okay, with Black Mage, you'll get a bind spell. I think it's somewhere between level 8 and level 10. And you can root enemies in place, and it may break when you attack them. Ooh, I got the Orcish Axe! Okay, but yeah, when you bind enemies, they can't move at all. They can still attack, but they can't move. The effect, like, there's a random chance the effect will break whenever the enemy takes damage, but you can keep an enemy in place and just destroy them from a distance. When you get higher level, that will be more the tactic you do as a Black Mage. Like, it'll be more about rooting and shooting. That's actually old EverQuest terminology. The root and shoot. So bind them, and then take a step back, you know, get some distance, like go to max distance, and then start doing damage spells. And if they come at you, bind them again, get your distance, and continue shooting. That is a tactic that you can use as a Black Mage. And not the only one, but it's a good tactic. Wait, what do you mean? When they interrupt, you right-click again to restart the character hitting them? You don't. It's automatic. If you're doing the, if you're attacking by hitting Control A to initiate combat, as long as you are facing the enemy and within range, as long as you're doing that, like, it's automatic combat. When you get in, when your spell gets interrupted, your character will, like, do a little stagger, but, it doesn't cancel combat. If it is, I'm not sure what you're doing. Alright, oh, I went into town with the wrong entrance. Also, what am I doing? I went in through the wrong entrance, and now I'm like, oh, I gotta go down to the southern part of town again. No, I don't. I can hand this axe in over here. So, I looted an Orcish axe, which we need for the quest. Oh my god, I misremembered the Orcish axe. For some weird reason, I thought the Orcish axe was a Beastmaster weapon that gave charisma. It's a Beastmaster weapon that lowers your charisma, but it gives +2 strength. Which is this is the worst weapon you could ever use as a Beastmaster. Alright, so I'm gonna trade her that axe. Time for story progress. It might look that way. Like, animations can be a little weird. It might look like that, but just give it time and your character should start swinging their weapon again. Alright, let's see. So I turned in the thing. Story time. Oh, you're back. Well, if you're so happy you defeated an orc or two, You've got a long way ahead of you. Yeah, we're a long way from orcish genocide. For one so new, I'd be... Oh. Lord Knight, forgive this interruption, but there is something I must ask of you. I question whether Queen Lauta truly passed away 15 years past. Tell me, of what cause did she die? This is a very strange question to ask a gate guard. Who are you, and why do you pry with such inquiries? Huh. Please, I have traveled from afar to see Her Highness. You've what? Very well, listen closely. 15 years ago, Queen Lauta fell to a rare sickness. She left this world before we could save her. Man, all my anime protagonist power, but I couldn't stop cancer. So an illness claimed her life. Well, it's none of your concern at any rate. Even if she lived, an adventurer like you could never see her, much less the inside of Chateau de Oragil. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. What was the name of her illness? We are not told of such things. Only the royal family would know. That's doctor-patient confidentiality there, alright? Come on, come on. Also, why are we talking to a guard about this? Is that so? Well, I thank you for your kindness, proud knight of Sandoria. Hey, wait! What I love about this scene is that he completely ignored my character. Like, did you catch that? Like, he came in, and he literally walked right past me, and completely ignored me that whole time. I love it. What was the matter with that adventurer? He was awfully stubborn, wasn't he? He seemed to know the late queen personally, but how could he not be aware of her death? Cito. Alright, at any rate, your work is done. Excellent form, my friend. Listen to that victory doot. Alright. Oh, also, I want to give a little bit of a warning about main story quests in this game. I need to give a warning to anyone that wants to play. So when it comes to the rank missions, the way that they work is you need to do you need to get a certain number of rank points in order to have the rank up mission presented to you. For the first level, you have to do all the missions that they offer you in order to progress. But once you hit rank 2, you don't have to do that. From rank 2 onwards, all you have to do is trade a bunch of elemental crystals to the gate guards, and they'll add that to the conquest total, and they'll give you credit for it. So if you give the guard a stack of like water crystals, that'll get you all the conquest points you need in order to get the rank up mission. So once you're rank 2, you don't have to do all the quests anymore. Also, if you take a nation quest, let's say you accidentally take a quest that you don't need to do, and they do offer repeat quests so you can farm conquest points. If you take a quest that you don't want, tough shit, you have to do it. So like, let's say there was a really hard mission and you completed it, and then you accidentally took the quest again. You have to do it again. There's no way to cancel out of a mission. So I'm just giving that as a warning. Like, be very, very mindful when you are talking to nation NPCs. Be very mindful to not accidentally take quests you don't want to take. Alright, so, okay, I think I can take another quest and continue advancing. But this one's probably... Yeah, see, look, see, they give more... So, after you complete that first mission, now you can I could literally repeat the mission. Like, I could go smash the Orcish Scout again. And if I take that, I will have to do it. I can't cancel it. Yeah, no, when you take a quest in this game, you are committed to it. So, like, it's not a problem for, like, for non-story quests, it's not a problem. Because if you just have a quest that you're not gonna do, so what, right? But when it comes to missions, to nation missions, that keeps you from doing missions you want to do to rank up. So be careful. Be careful. So I just did Smash the Orcish Scout. So now I'm going to take Bat Hunt. That's the next one. Have you ever set foot into King Ranper's tomb? 200 years ago, the curtain fell on the golden age of Sandoria. Civil war erupted over the kingdom's hegemony. King Ranper was there to extinguish the conflict. When he died, he was interred in a great tomb south of East Ronfar. But unknown hands have defiled his grave of late. Visitors report missing gravestones and shadows twisting in the caverns. Ravaging a royal tomb it's an unforgivable crime. Your orders are to investigate the tomb and determine if there is any truth to what they say. Do you understand? I accept. See, they really give you every opportunity to say, no, I don't want to do this, and back out. I implore you to make haste to King Ranper's tomb. You may find proof of grave robbers there. Sorry, Sito. I don't think. Let me check. Let me just check real quick. Is it on my end? No. So, sorry you're having connectivity problems. We'll catch you on the next one. All right. But to wander deeply within, goblins might find you. Tread boldly, my friend. Not tread carefully. Tread boldly. But do not go in over your head. Okay, so I'm unsure exactly what they want of me. So while there are no quest markers, you can go into your quests and missions, and you can get like a vague description of what you're doing. So this is a mission. So nation mission, Bat Hunt. Exterminate bats from King Ranper's tomb and bring back proof of your deeds. So, I mean, what they want is they want bat wings. I'm not sure how many bat wings they want, or if they want me to do more, I don't really know. But, we don't have to go to Ranper's tomb to kill bats. There's plenty of bats just hanging out outside of town at nighttime. And it's nighttime now, so we could get that. But, what I want to do first is I want to go up to the magic shop, and I want to buy my spells. Like, I'm level 9 now, so I should have access to significantly better spells. But yeah, it can be, I guess it can be a bit of a minefield with accepting missions in this game. It's just, it's one of those things that, like, as a, oh no, my silver cat came. Oh god. You probably hear him. He's coming in hard with the meows. He's very hungry. Oh, alright. He demands my attention. So, give me a sec. I'm gonna feed him. That's what he wants. So, I'm gonna feed my silver cat, and then, we'll get back to it. One sec. Alright. Cat taken care of. Oh, he really likes to just come in meowing hard. Alright. So, God, that kind of interrupted my train of thought. But, I guess, with the missions and all that, I guess it's just one of those things that for me, it's kind of second nature that, like, yeah, if I don't intend on doing a quest, I don't take it. If, like, whenever I'm interacting with an NPC that's gonna do something important, like, I'm very careful with it, right? Because a lot of old games are just like this. It's kind of funny how many things are just, like, they're so second nature to me. But they're really not natural at all if you think about it, right? I mean, okay, here. So, here, I will guide you through the macro process, and for one you have, too. So, okay, minus. Bring up the menu, minus again, and that's macros. Macros. Edit macro. And first one for me is Red Mage. I think they already have some pre-filled in, but, like, yeah, confirm your macro book. And now you can edit your macros. Also, if you hit up and down, if you hit the up and down arrow keys, you have 10 sets of macros in each book, so you got lots of space. So, okay, you go over to, like, Control 1, right? Stone. So I just call it Stone. You type in the name on the little short line, and then to cast Stone, you can literally copy-paste, or, well, not copy-paste, but, you know, just what I have here. /MA, which means magic ability, and then you have to put quotes around the thing, Stone, and you have to capitalize it exactly like it's written in the game. And then, in order to cast, you use less than, greater than is kind of the form, and T. T is for target. So that'll just directly cast on your target. There's a couple other formats, like if you do ST, then the game brings up a little arrow and you can just, like, you can click on something and then cast the spell. But you only want to do that with things that you don't immediately want to cast, like healing spells or buffs, right? Where you might want to change the target. But for a quick, easy macro, just, yeah, /MA, quote, Stone, quote, less than, greater than, around T, and that'll cast Stone. To throw in some other things, like, just to get a little creative here. If you wanted to, it's a bad idea for soloing, but if you wanted to, you could do, like, okay, then, /wait, like, type /wait, about, I don't know, 4 seconds would probably be enough, maybe like 5 or 6 seconds. And then /MA, poison, target, and then, yeah, then you would cast Stone, you'd wait 5 seconds, and then you would cast poison, or whatever, and you can keep going with it. Like, technically you can automate combat a little bit like this, but I wouldn't do that. You know, much like in FF14, how writing complex macros like that is a bad idea, it's also kind of a bad idea here. Oh, getting a little froggy-throated. 1 sec. I made that pasta, heated up the sauce, and it did make the air kind of spicy down here. Ah, and welcome back, Sito. I was just explaining macros. So, the thing is, like, technically, you can write macros to, like, to semi-automate being a black mage, so that you cast a bunch of spells in order. And in a party that might work. As solo, it's a bad idea because of timing. But even in a party, it's kind of a bad idea, because black mages generate a ton of aggro from their attacks, which that is something you're gonna have to get used to as any kind of damage dealer. As a damage dealer in this game, any damage dealer, you are going to deal more damage and generate more aggro than you can handle. The key to being a good DPS in this game is not cranking out big dick damage you know, blowing up enemies like a motherfucker. That is not the key to being a good DPS. You certainly want the ability to do that. You know, you want the gear and everything, so if you need to, you can do it. But the key to being a good DPS is knowing how to control yourself. It's finding your inner zen. And it's knowing that when you cast that fire spell and take out 20% of a mob's HP, it's knowing that if you do anything else, that mob is going to be on you, beating you into submission within 2 seconds. Alright? So you need to control yourself and resist the urge to just keep casting spells, you know? The macro shortcuts are good for things that aren't timing intensive. A good example. So whenever I play as a white mage, there's a lot of buffs that you want to keep on your party members, like Protect and Shell. And later on, Regen, Stone Skin, other stuff like that. You know, all the spells that were taken out of Final Fantasy XIV. So the thing is, a good idea is to write a macro that casts Protectra, waits a couple seconds, and then casts Shellra, waits a couple seconds, and then casts you know, Stone Skin and all that. Like, it's good for buffs and things like that. It's not so good for more offensive things that you need to be mindful of your timing. Another good use of macros is to just completely change your equipment. Like later on in the game, you're gonna want to change multiple pieces of equipment out, like in combat, like as you're doing things. Like a good example is later on in the game, there's these things called elemental staffs, and like okay, when you equip the fire staff, it boosts your fire damage by like 10%. It like, it's crazy. It makes your fire spells crazy good. And there's a lightning staff, a wind staff, etc. Right? So as a black mage, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be writing your macro so that before you cast fire, the first line of your macro will be like change equipment, main hand, fire staff, and then you cast the spell, right? And you'll do that for like all your elemental spells, so you're changing your gear as you're casting spells. But again, that is not something you have to worry about until like the first elemental staffs are level 51. So it's not something you need to worry about early on. Not at all. I guess how do you target? Like for me, I like if I'm really close to an enemy, I just use tab. You know, I just hit tab and yeah, like right now, right? This is what hitting tab does. It automatically targets the nearest thing to me. If I'm not super close or if there's multiple things, then I will use the mouse, you know, like I'll do that, but it's mostly like you want to, yeah, like in order to avoid targeting yourself, which also if you're rotating the camera, use right click. Like if you use left click, you might accidentally target yourself like that, but that doesn't happen when you use right click, so that'll avoid that. But just, you know, make good use of tab targeting. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, again, these are things that, again, sorry, it's like, it's second nature to me. I don't think about it, but, I try to help. Like, I try to impart my wisdom where I can, just to give that perspective. Alright, so let's see. I want to buy magic. White magic, please. Yeah, I try to, you know, when people actually want to try out the games that I play for the stream, I try to give as much perspective and advice as I can in a way that doesn't come off as like, you know, pro gamer tip, right? Like, no, it's just... it's just things that come natural to me, and I try to break it down and kind of explain the process, right? And why I do it, and it helps me to kind of think about it too. Like, why do I think that way? Oh, by the way, I got my first buff, Protect. So let's see, White Mage, yeah, White Mage and Red Mage get Protect at the same level, which is awesome. Paladin gets it at level 10. Oh my god, this cat girl is just named a name. Their name is Name. Alright, so let's see, I got my white magic, now I want my black magic. Okay, ooh, I got Blind! Blind is one of those spells that you will learn to love as both a black mage and a red mage. It lowers enemy accuracy. Yeah, that is a spell you will get a whole lot of mileage out of. And water. I have a new direct damage spell. Another, oh yeah, as a black mage, especially, because black mage gets this sooner than red mage does. Sleep is something you're gonna get a lot of mileage out of too. That's just pure crowd control. I know in Final Fantasy XIV, did they remove the sleep spell? I know sleep was a thing, but no one ever really used it. I wouldn't be surprised if they removed it from the game at this point. But in this game, sleep is a crucial spell. Like if the way this game works, ooh, look, I had a little disconnect there for a sec. Was that on my OBS end? No, that was okay. Not my internet, just the server. Just the server. But yeah, here the way encounters are designed, you're designed to fight one enemy at a time, even as a group. So if another enemy wanders along, you need to be able to deal with it. If you can't deal with it, your party might just die. You might wipe out. Also, Sito, oh, pronounced Name. Right, I forget. It is, the Glorious Nippon. Oh, another spell here, Bio. Red Mage and Black Mage get it at 10, which, you know what, I'll just buy that right now. I'll just go ahead and buy that right now. But, yeah, Bio, it deals damage, and damage over time. But more importantly, it lowers enemy attack. So, okay, look, as both a Black and Red Mage, you can both debuff enemy accuracy, and you can debuff enemy damage. You combo those two things together, and you can turn an enemy that hits like a truck and just destroys the party, you can turn it into a much more manageable encounter. Now, Black Mage is not as focused on debuffing. Generally speaking, Red Mage is more the debuffer, but Black Mage, they have access to very good debuffs too. And you will use them in a party. Like, that's another thing. Status effects are king in this game. Like, you want those buffs, you want those debuffs, you will learn to love them. Alright, I can't do Bio, but I can do Blind. I can feel the power. Alright, so I have a bunch of things I gotta write macros for now. So I keep my macros fairly simple. Alright, I keep it nice and simple. Alright, so I got stone here. I'm gonna change that to just damage. I'm just gonna call it damage, right? And then Dia, I'm gonna change that to damage 2. Very clever, I know. And that'll be water. So it'll cast water. Let's see, what else did I get? I got blind, so I will copy poison, change it to blind, and just type that in. So I got water, I got blind. I can't use bio yet. I got Protect, so I'm gonna make a macro for that. I want it to be a direct spell. So I'm just copying Cure, changing it to Direct Target, and I'm just gonna call this Buff, right? So macro, Protect. And later on when I get Shell, I'll add in some lines to wait and then cast Shell too. Alright, that was all the spells I got, right? I got Blind, I got Water, I got Protect. And I got Bio, but I can't use it. Okay. Yeah, look, good macro curation, alright? It's the key to victory. But now, I have the power. So this is what happens when you do a macro with no target. Alright, Buff. The power of Protect. Alright. So, oh god, I didn't look and see what my defense was. It was like 30, so yeah, I got like 10 defense. Nice. So this is another reason why whenever I play as a spellcaster, I generally don't really like if I'm either a white mage or a red mage, I don't really worry about equipment until like level 10 or 11 or even 12 sometimes, because you can cast Protect. And Protect gives you about as much armor as a slight upgrade at level 10 would give. So, yeah. Alright, so, okay, I'm level 9. When I hit level 10, I might upgrade my gear. I'll definitely upgrade my sword, but I think I'm gonna wait till 11 to upgrade my armor, because, there's actually a nice set of armor you can get at level 11 for white and red mages, and I think I'd rather use that. It looks cooler, alright, but it also gives more armor than the level 10 armor. Oh god, that guy just came out of nowhere. Oh, he's wearing it. Yeah, he's wearing the thing I want. It's still like a light armor, but it's a slightly heavier light armor. Like only red mages and white mages can wear it. Black mages don't get access to it. Sucks for them. Also, I have a bunch of, I got a bunch of crystals, but I'm gonna hold on to them. So I'm holding on to all these earth crystals because when I eventually get to rank 2, I can just trade all those worthless earth crystals into my my conquest NPC, and that'll just kind of pump me straight up to rank 2. Like, I'll be able to do the rank 2 quest just, you know, or not the rank 2, I'll be able to do the rank 3 quest just, you know, right then and there. Also, I think there's a quest somewhere here to get a map for King Renpair's tomb. It's one of the NPCs down here. I've done the quest a couple of times, so I know it. I think it's this guy, Arachagnon. Would you be interested in purchasing adventure issue armor? Ah, he just gives the basic, like, yeah, that's the racial armor. Oh, there's a guy down here somewhere that will give me the quest. Okay, he wants me to join the Carpenters Guild. I do not want to join the Carpenters Guild, not right now. A new recruit? What are you doing in the city? Get out there and slay some fiends. That's where the money is. Speaking of money, I haven't seen that gambler all day. Has he run off again? Yeah, this is the quest. This is it. You know him. I reckon he's out scouring the parade grounds for suckers with gil to wager. That's a hint. Who does he think he is, running off when we've piles of work to do? I'll give him a good lashing when he gets back. Alright, that was a hint, right? That's what we call a hint. So, it may not seem like it, but we just accepted a quest. There was no prompt or anything. I'm not even sure it's going to be in the quest log. Is it? It is! Okay, so it's in the quest log. Exit the Gambler. Aurega and Gilberdrir, so that's who is giving you the quest. It tells you what part of the city they're in. So Varchet of the Carpenters Guild has run off again. Find the slacker and get him back to work. So this quest is kind of important because it's a map quest. So like right now, you know, I can just hit the map button and I can bring up my map, right? Cool! The thing is, most maps in the game, you won't have. Like, you'll go into the area and it'll just say map not available. So if you want the map, you either have to buy it from a map seller, which they sell a lot of the basic maps, but if you want a map for like a dungeon or something, like Ranper's Tomb is technically a dungeon, if you want a map for that, you're gonna have to do a quest for it. So it's a good idea to kind of take note of where map quest NPCs are. You'll need them eventually. Alright, so they told me he's probably in the parade ground. Well, let's try and find him. I think there's another place too, like there's a second parade ground somewhere. But we'll see. Which, oh yeah, that it's also true for a lot of things in this game. Like, oh god, especially for black mages and white mages. So a lot of the critical spells that you will get as a black mage or a white mage or any type of mage, a lot of those spells you can only get by doing a quest, and they will generally be on the more difficult side. Like you might need help in order to complete the quest. A good example would be the white mage teleport spells. Like you have to do a fairly lengthy quest it'll send you places and make you get in some fights as a white mage. And that's the only way you can get the teleport spells for the various places you can port to. For black mages, some of their more exotic spells require a quest. Blaze spikes and ice spikes, those come to mind. Which those are they're damage shields. So if an enemy hits you, they'll take damage. It's honestly a little more helpful for a red mage, I think. You know, someone who's going to be fighting more. But yeah, you got to do a quest for it. You got a quest for it. All right, so this might not be the correct parade ground, but let me just talk to people, and they might have something of value. Interested in goods from Araganu? What you got? Ooh, they've got million corn. Million corn is incredibly valuable for reputation. There is a quest that you can do in Selbina, and it requires 4 million corn, and they're only 50 gil each, so they're pretty cheap. But when you do the quest, they'll also reward you with gil, so you'll get some of your money back. But for every 4 million corn that you turn in, it'll boost up your reputation with Sandoria, with Vestok, and with Juno. So it's a really good quest to boost your fame, and you need fame in order to take on some of the more advanced quests. Like, there's lots of little things in this game that you like. I guess they fall under the hot tips and tricks category, right? But they're just little things that are really handy to know, because if you know them, it can make your life a lot easier. All right, I think I know where the NPC is for this quest, and they say he's in the parade ground, but there's another place. And I think if I really talk to people, they'd probably tell me, no, he's not here, but I saw him over there. We can just skip that. That's another thing. For a lot of these quests, and this is something I wish Final Fantasy XIV did. Like, whenever you have a quest that's like, you know, go here, do this, but then it's like, oh no, it's not here. You need to go here. You need to do that. Whenever you hit a moment like that, In this game, you don't have to go through the motions. In this game, if you know an NPC needs a certain thing, and you can initiate the quest, all you have to do is go to the NPC and give them the thing. Or go find the NPC and talk to him. You don't have to go through the motions like, you know, oh no, your princess is in another castle. I heard they're over here. No, they're here. No, they're there. You can just skip all that bullshit if you know what to do. I really appreciate that. You don't know how much I appreciate that. So yeah, this is where the guy really is. He's in Lion Square. Varchette, there he is. I know, I'm missing out on all that content. So here's a Varchette, and this quest is a little bit of a bitch. Okay, we talked to him. What? Those blokes at the Carpenters Guild are looking for me, are they? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. We'll play a game of chance, and if you win, I'll go see them. It's 5 gil per game. Pay your bet up front. Alrighty then. Alright, so I think I just trade him 5 gil. I think I literally just trade him 5 gil. Yeah. That's your bet. Now we play. We both roll 2 dice, and the higher score wins. Even scores are a draw, of course. I'll roll first. It's a 2 and a 6 for a total of 8. Okay, so higher score wins. Evens are... so even scores... okay. Well, I have to beat an 8. Now it's your turn. It looks like a 3 and a 6 for a 9 in all. That beats my 8. Here's 10 gil. Oh wow, I got it on the first try. As promised, I shall go and see about those wood chippers. Maybe we can play another game later. Oh my god, I could still play him if I wanted to. I could still play him if I wanted to. So I just gambled for 5 gil and hey look, I got 5 gil. Lucky me. Lucky me, I got 5 gil. So here's the thing, somehow I got that on the first try. It's completely random. So, it's more likely that you're gonna lose against him rather than win. And, you might be losing 5 gil a few times before you hit the number and you win. I think the last time I did that quest on Eden, I think I lost like fucking 20 times. Alright, so I'm turning in that quest, I'm doing it. But I guess this is also a good example of how non-story mission quests go. Like for the story missions, there's a little more fanfare around it. It's a little more official, if you will. But for the standard side quests that they still may be important. They don't really give you much fanfare. There might be cutscenes. There are side quests with cutscenes, but for the most part, it's just you talk to an NPC. They drop a little hint about something you might want to do. And then you follow up on, you do some exploration, you follow up on the leads, and it just goes somewhere, and, that's how it goes. Alright, so let's see, I'm just going back to the Carpenters. Also, I'm not sure how I want to craft on this server. Crafting in FF11 is one of those things where it can get really tedious and expensive, but the payoff is incredible. Like, crafting at all levels is rewarding. It's just you really gotta put in the work. Also, I saw that goblin over there. Look at that, there's just a goblin hiding over there. Which, okay, technically goblins are not... they are a beast race, but they are considered to be a civilized beast race that they do go into human cities, they do business, they're merchants and everything. But also they're beastmen, so if we see them outside of the city, the order is kill on sight. You know, we're the civilized ones here. Alright. Oh, you're the one who got Varchet to show up again. I don't remember asking you to I love that. I don't remember asking you to fetch him, but I owe you my thanks anyway. Here, take this. I love that, like... Oh, it's like, I didn't ask you to do that. So, okay, we got a key item, map of King Ranper's tomb. So now, it's not an item I have to use, it's just part of my character now. I now have the map for the tomb. Lucky me. And yeah, Sito, I have gone longer than I wanted to, but I've been having a fun time. I'm enjoying playing, and I'm gonna let you in on a secret. You know, once I do other things I need to do tonight, I'm gonna play a little more. Tomorrow morning, I'll play a little more. You know, when I don't have to kill my voice to play. But I am gonna mostly, I'm mostly gonna try to do things on stream with this. But I will try to, like, do some of the more boring activities for my character. I'll try to do those off stream. Like, you know, yeah, we're gonna grind on stream a lot, but I'll try to do a lot of the grinding off stream for audience sake. Although it is a good time to just banter, just talk. Alright, so let's see. I think I've done everything I want to do in town for right now. Have I? I mean, I kind of wanted to put my items in my storage, but I guess I can do that later. Yeah, I've got 15 more inventory slots. I can do that later. I wonder if there's a map merchant out here. They usually hang around the exits. You look like a map merchant. Oh, let me show you what's where. No, thank you. No, thank you. Wait, is that the teleport guy? Yeah, he's the regional teleport service. So yeah, this is where you can teleport in this nation. Which, man, so, okay. On this server, they changed around the location of a lot of the, teleport NPCs. The reason is because in normal FF11, most people go Bestock just because the teleport guy is right next to the Mog House, which is right next to the auction house. And there's a gate guard right next to that. So, and the Chocobo stable. It's also, like Bestock has a really convenient southern section where everything you could possibly want is in one small area. So they moved the teleport merchant for Bestock. They moved it into the top floor of the metalworks, which is way out of the fucking way. But and they did that so that people wouldn't go Bestock just for the convenience, right? But they did change the location of the teleport guys. Like, this is the teleport guy for Sandoria, and he's over here, right? Normally, this guy would be over here at the residential area on the right. And I mean, I don't know, like, that's convenient because it's right outside of the Mog House. But, I don't know, to me, that's not really much of a difference. Like, the walk from the Mog House over on the right to the teleport guy on the left, that's really not much of a walk. That's not bad at all. Like, I'm not really sure why they felt the need to move all the NPCs. Like, it is true, though, that Bestock, it was maybe a little too convenient. But, like, they put that teleport guy, they put him off in Narnia, alright? Like, like, he is so far out of the way, it's, like, it takes you, like, a full 5 minutes to get to him from the Mog House. it's a little ridiculous. Like here, yeah, they moved him further away, but he's not that far away. And in Windurst, I think they actually moved the teleport NPC closer to conveniences in Windurst. And the reason is because in Windurst, the teleport guy is, like, he's the one that's off in Narnia in Windurst normally. So they kind of changed the balance a bit. Maybe a little questionably, but, like, I get why they did it. Just not sure exactly why they did it the way they did. Alright, we're 665 out of 2,400. I think I can get a new weapon. I think there's actually a Sandoria-specific weapon that I can get if I have 1,000 conquest points. Oh hey, I have 1,000 conquest points. But I'm not gonna go for that just yet. Man, look at this person wielding an axe over here. Just one-shotting worms. So actually, you know what I can do? I have 1,000 points, so I'm pretty sure I can buy an EXP ring, and that would be a very good investment for me. Oh, there's something else I can do too, and it's important. Okay, yeah, we control the Ronfar. So, yeah, there is something I can do. I could get a supply quest. So first off, let's go to our friendly gate guard. Let him load in. Okay. So first off, I have 1,000 conquest points. I'd like to spend it on a common item. So can I buy a good EXP ring? I don't think they're too expensive. Yeah, the Empress Band. There's also the Emperor, but I want the Empress Band. Okay, so yeah, the Empress Band. It should just be a 1,000. I would like to purchase it. Okay, so I got me the Empress Band. So this is an EXP ring. So it has 10 charges, and I can use it. I can use as many charges as I want of those 10 charges. Like, there's not a huge time restriction on it. The only thing is, when it runs out of those 10 charges, I can only refill the ring at the gate guard one time per week. It's a once-a-week thing. So you can get a nice total bonus of 10,000 EXP every week. And this is a vanilla thing. This isn't like some custom mod. This is normal FF11. So, I mean, what it actually does is it gives me a 50% experience bonus when I kill things, up to a maximum of 1,000 EXP, so you get it over time. I'm gonna go ahead and use that. So, to use an item, you gotta go, Control-I, get into the inventory, and use that Empress Band. There we go. Got me a nice XP bonus. And oh my god, I left town without getting the what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I do that, like, look, I do that a lot when I play this game. Like, I get distracted and then I don't, like I don't do the thing I came there to do. Alright, so I'd like to go on a supply quest. Okay, so I'd like to do a supply... Ooh, oh my god, Wait, do we control all these regions? Or does it just allow me to do it no matter what? So, well, there's no option for Zulkheim, so... And that's the one I really like. Do we just control, like, most of the map? So, okay, I want to do the one for the Ronfar. That's where we are right now. Yeah, okay, so we own the Ronfar. Oh my god, we own Gustaberg. We own Saruta Baruta? Like, oh my god, Sandoria #1 indeed. So when your nation controls a region, you can get a supply quest from your gate guard, and if you take the supplies to your conquest NPCs in that region, you open up the ability to just instant fast travel teleport to that outpost from the teleport merchant in your hometown. Like, you can't just, it's not FF14, you don't just open a menu and whoosh away. It's a very controlled thing. But it allows you to teleport, like to fast travel to places you want to go, so you don't have to manually run across the world every time you want to get somewhere. It does cost money, but like, it really opens the world up to you and lets you more freely travel. Yeah, I know, like, they keep talking about how the kingdom isn't doing good like it used to, but I mean, if you ask me, they seem to be doing fine. Also, I will say it can feel a little bit like, you know, are we just being Sandoria because, you know, it's a really popular faction and they tend to win the conquest? Like poor old Windurst. Windurst is so unpopular, they almost never win anything in Conquest. Like, if you play as Windurst, you're really gonna be wanting for teleports. And Bestock's not so bad. Like, Bestock, they generally are in second place. They don't usually have too much difficulty capturing areas, but they're not as popular as Sandoria. So I got all these new spells, but I don't have to use most of them because these enemies are very weak. Very weak. But I gotta keep my skills sharp. Which, I know it might seem a little cheesy, right? A little dangerously cheesy, if you will. But like, so here's the thing, if you're really used to playing MMOs, or just, I mean, RPGs, right? You probably wanna, like, as you level up, you probably wanna fight tougher things, and you will in time. But the truth is that early on, it is much, much more efficient to just keep killing level 1 enemies, like, all the way up to level 10 or 11. It's just faster, because they die really quick, right? They die really fast, and they don't hurt you, so you can just keep killing them without resting. Like, it's just the faster way to do it early on. And no, Windurst, like, if you actually go to Windurst, like, it's really cool looking. Like, it is a very exotic looking place. It has interesting NPCs too. Like, it's a great place. The problem with Windurst is I think it's there's a couple problems that keep it from being popular. I think the first problem that keeps it from being popular is that there aren't really any notable, like, Final Fantasy NPCs there. Like, for example, you know Cid? So Cid is, he's the chief engineer of Bestock. So if you like Cid in Final Fantasy games, if you want to work for Cid, you go Bestock. Sandoria doesn't really have notable Final Fantasy NPCs, but Sandoria is a very typical fantasy kingdom. Like, if you're more used to World of Warcraft-esque shenanigans, Sandoria tends to appeal more to that, right? And then you've got Windurst, and it's just this city full of, you know, it's full of little gnomes and cat girls, and they like trees a lot, and, you know, that tends to not appeal so much. So I think, you know, even though it is cool, I think for most people it doesn't appeal to them as much. And then the other problem is that Windurst is kind of the worst laid out city. So okay, like, you take Sandoria, right? Sandoria it's like 3 main zones, right? You've got, like, North Sandoria, South Sandoria, and then you've got the port, Sandoria. There is also the chateau, but that's pretty much only used for story stuff. Bestock is kind of the same way. In Bestock, you've got like, yeah, you have the markets, you have the mines, and then you have the port, and then you have the metalworks, and that's only used for story stuff and crafting. But Windurst, so there's Windurst Waters, there's Windurst Woods, there's Port Windurst, and the problem is that while it has the same number of zones, the zones are significantly larger. It's not that they have more in them, it's that because it's nature themed, everything is really spread out. Like there's lakes everywhere and a lot of forest to go through, and like the zones are just big. They're really big. And while it's pretty, you know, let's say I just want to get to the auction house and then, you know, go to the Chocobo stable. You're in for a bit of an adventure, right? And for most people, that alone kinda puts them off from Windurst. Like, they would really rather not walk so much in your hometown. And I mean, there's no real good way to fix, like, it's not like it's broken, it's just, it's the way the city's designed. You know, it's part of the aesthetic. How's my XP looking? Alright, I'm about halfway up to level. That's good. When I hit level 10, I'm gonna upgrade my sword, and then I'm gonna fight bigger things once I hit level 10. It's just right now I'm still using a level 1 sword. Okay, let's see, the mobs I want to fight are a little more to the south. But I still think there's no bad choices in this game. Whether it's nation, or class, or race, it's just, you might have more difficulty, like there's definitely greater difficulty with some of the choices you can make, but that doesn't mean they're bad, it just means they're a little more challenging. You might have to put in more work, but that work will pay off eventually. I want to give a good example here of the Black Mage, right? So naturally Taru that's the natural choice, right? Because of those huge MP pools, they have the highest int out of any of the races. It's a natural choice, right? Like if you want to blow things up as a wizard, well, you go for the class that's the best at it with the most mana, right? Or the race that's the best at it. But the problem is that Taru have such small health pools. They have so weak defenses. Physically, they are so incapable of fighting that if they run out of mana, they're just helpless. And if they draw aggro in a group, they just die. Like, I've played in parties where the Taru Black Mage, you know, he really wants to big dick it and show up everyone else that he can deal good damage. So he just unloads, right? And then the enemy hops on over and just one-shots him. Just critical hit one-shots him, and he falls face down in the dirt. So the thing is that as, like, say, as a human, you're still fragile. Like, a human Black Mage is still fragile, but as a human, you're not gonna get one-shotted. You're never gonna get one-shotted. You know, you're still weak. You'll maybe get, you know, you'll maybe get like three-shotted, maybe, but it'll never be that bad, right? And then you have the rare Elvan or Galka Black Mage, and yeah, they don't have as much MP to work with, but they can draw aggro all the same, and when they draw aggro, they whip out their fucking staff and they start beating the fuck out of that monster because they can tank it for a few minutes. Like, that's the advantage, right? Like, yeah, you know, you might not be so direct, but like, you have other advantages. There's other things you bring to the table, you know? So even something that may seem like a bad choice, it's only an unconventional choice. It's only a road less traveled kind of thing. It's not like it's not like EverQuest, right? You know, it's not like EverQuest where, hey, do you want to be the warrior that has 150 strength and stamina? Or do you want to be the warrior that has 70 strength and stamina? You know, it's not like that. Oh, I timed that bad. Oh, hey, Lups. Lups. That's a name. Also, I cannot wait till I can get out of my generic human clothing. But that won't happen till I'm like level 11. Alright, have fun doing whatever, Sita. I'll keep going for a little bit. I don't want to kill my voice, so I'm not gonna go like super long. I'd say maybe our cutoff will be at like when we normally start the stream, which would be around in about an hour and 20 minutes. I'll try to make that the cutoff so I don't kill my voice. Oh man, I'm missing a little more than normal. Also, I think that's a black mage over there. I might, when I get my MP back, I'll throw that person a protect, because this is Final Fantasy XI, and we look out for our fellow adventurer here. All right. Oh, I just realized I don't have protect on anymore. I just realized that. Like, I guess I let it lapse. I was careless. Ooh, the bats are out. I need bats for that quest, don't I? Oh, are they going back to town? Like, I can't protect them. Must protect. Okay, got my MP back. I'll toss him a quick protect. You know, I'll give that other player a nice little 10 defense buff. There we go. And I need to refresh mine. And look, the bow in return, like, yeah, that's old school MMOing right there. You know, we look out for one another. Unless you're trying to camp the same rare mob I am, in which case I will fight you to the death and you will have to pry that treasure out of my cold dead hands. But otherwise, we look out for each other here, alright? Oh my god, is that a Taru with an afro? Man. Like, he was more fro than man. See, do I have my weapon skill? I do not. I need to fight higher level enemies if I want to unlock my weapon skill. I'm not gonna unlock it fighting level 1s. That's not gonna happen. But the dingbats are a little tougher than your average bat, or you know, your average enemy. Bats, some of them are just level 1, but some of them are level 2 or even level 3. They have a bit of a variable level range to them. Yeah, see, the way you can tell they're higher level than 1 is that when I fight them, I'm getting all these sword skill ups and evasion skill ups, like I'm actually getting skill points for fighting them. So can I get a good blind in? There we go. Blind him. And hell, why not poison him too? I'm just practicing my magic skills. Ooh, sonic boom. Oh, that lowers my attack. That's not fun. That's no bueno. There's a lot of Taru around, and I love / hate how when they run, they just kind of, like, they sort of bounce like they're almost weightless. It's weird. But you know what? I'll take that compared to the strange waddling they do in 14. I'll take it. Also, there's just something about how the tunnel worms animate that it's like one of those, like, inflatable wavy man things. I don't know, you see it like car lots. It's hypnotic. Alright, so here's the thing, I'm pretty close to leveling up. When I level up, I'll just get a full refill on my MP, so I'm thinking just keep on fighting, and even though I'm not getting magic skill points, like, yeah, I'm still, you know, I'm getting XP, so I'll just level up instead of resting. Yeah, I'm getting pretty good on the critical hits. We're only 190 away from leveling up. And again, I do have an EXP ring, like, on and in effect, so I'm getting 50% more XP than I would normally. So I guess normally I'd be getting about 30 EXP a kill, right? Which is, you know, that's not great. 45 ain't great too, but it's fine. It's fine. And then I'll be level 10, right? Yeah. For some reason I thought I was already 10 and I needed to get 11, but I'm working towards 11. I'd like to get 11 before we quit tonight. But gotta hit 10 first, and then it's new sword time. Which I'll have a couple of options. I have a few options when it comes to sword upgrade. I mean, technically, I also don't need to use a sword. Like, as a red mage, I can use swords, I can use knives, I can use clubs, staffs. You got quite a few options. Which, when I think about it, I think about FF14, and in that game, well, you can only use one weapon for each class, which I'm not a huge fan of, but also, the weapon they decided for Red Mage was a rapier that turns into a staff, and I can only think that's because, also, ding, I can only think that the reason why they made it a rapier that, like, also doubles as a staff, I think the reason they did that is because in FF11, the way that red mages normally play is when they want to melee fight, they equip a sword and shield. And then when they wanna, like, when they want to be a more, like, pure caster, like, cast your elemental damage spells or whatever, they swap, you know, they do an equip macro, and they swap out to their elemental staff. So I guess the way that they sort of combined, oh, well, sometimes red mages would use a sword, sometimes they'd swap out and use a staff. Well, let's just give them, you know, we can't let them use two weapon types, so let's give them a weapon that transforms between a sword and a staff. I feel like that was literally the logic behind it. I'd be very surprised if it isn't the logic. Wait, did I go in the wrong entrance again? So, okay, where I want to go in here, it's quicker if I go to the... Okay, let me just get my new spell. It's quicker if I exit town and then go to the other entrance. But also, I learned a new spell, so you know what that means. I need a new macro. Yeah, I want to go to the other town gate down here. So I just got access to bio, and this is a little bit of a trick that the game never really tells you. So I guess pro gamer tip moment, right? So I'm just moving all my macros over. I'll do the first one here. So I'm gonna change this one, so I have Dia, but I'm also gonna have Bio. So here's the thing about Bio and Dia. So Bio is a spell that does damage over time and lowers enemy offense. Dia is a spell that does damage over time and lowers enemies' defense. You cannot have both Bio and Dia on the same enemy at the same time. They overwrite one another, or specifically Bio overwrites Dia, and here's Bio. So yeah, you can't have both of those spells on at the same time. They do not stack with each other. You can't debuff both offense and defense at the same time. The game never tells you that, but that is how it works. And you will get shit in a party if like the white mage or red mage casts Dia, and then you immediately cast Bio. People don't like that. In parties, generally Dia is the preferred spell to have on. Just as a general rule, lowering the enemy's defense is like it makes all of the physical attackers deal more damage to it, which makes the fight go faster. So generally Dia is what people want, but there are rare exceptions where an enemy just deals such massive damage that the party would prefer to have a damage down on the enemy. It's situational, but the situation tends to lean more towards Dia instead of Bio. I was just looking around if I could find another another bet. I might have to go to Ronpar's tomb. Like, that might be a thing I have to do no matter what. I'll look it up later. I'll do that quest next time. But what I'm looking for is an upgrade to my sword. No dioramas here. Though I do find the AoE version of Dia to be, it just sounds funny. It's Dia-ga, because, you know, ga is the AoE suffix. Or is it prefix? No, prefix is before, suffix is after. Alright, gonna sell some of these things that aren't really worth much money. Like, I'm pretty sure I can't really sell these for anything good, so... the rabbit hide, I might. I might be able to sell the rabbit hide for money. Maybe. I know the meat doesn't sell for much. Oh my god, Fortnite guy. Alright, so let's see. I want weapons. So what I'm looking for is a new sword. And I could go to an NPC merchant, but generally speaking, the auction house players usually sell things better. So I could get a Xiphos, which level 7, 8 damage, 228 delay. So 8 and 228. Royal Archer Sword, 10, 220. So the Royal Archer Sword is just better in every way. But it's level 10. The Spatha does 11 damage, but it's level 240. Or not level 240, its delay is 240. It's only level 9, so that's lower level than the Royal Archer Sword. But you can see less classes can use it. And yeah, I know, Sito, it's like, the idea of someone like, you know, Fortnite player tries Final Fantasy XI, gone wrong, gone sexual. Let's see, what else we got? The Wax Sword. It's a level 1 sword, but it gives you +1 accuracy. How much would that cost? 5,000 gil for a level 1 sword. Okay, the Spatha +1. So yeah, the Spatha +1. Its delay is a little more in line with the Royal Archer Sword. Like, it's a little slower, but not a lot slower, and it does 2 more points of damage, and it costs 10,000 gil. Yeah, so how much does the Royal Archer Sword cost? 2,000 gil. So here's the thing, right? I do have the money, but like, I'm trying to be economic about how I spend it, because, you know, making money is still tricky. Until we get a little higher level. So while I could just bust out that cash and get the you know, the Spatha +1. Truth is, you know, the damage isn't that much higher. Like, it is higher, but its delay is longer. You know, there are reasons it's not just completely better. And more classes can use the Royal Archer Sword. Like, I could use it as a thief, I could use it as a beastmaster, as a bard. Even as a bard I could use it. So this is a weapon that if I bought it, I would get a lot of use out of it in the future. The Spatha +1, I probably wouldn't use it outside of being a red mage, so it's not really a weapon that, you know, not much reason to hang on to it. But at the same time, I guess, you know what? I do have the cash, and there is actually an advantage to it. So warriors, dark knights, and paladins, they can use it too. It's honestly for the damage. For the amount of damage that it deals, it's not a bad weapon to use even when you're like level 15 or so. Like, you'd be able to get a lot of use out of that. And you could use it in the dunes, which you're going to be level sinking down to the dunes a lot. So actually, might be worth it. Let's see if we can get it a little cheaper than 10k. 9k. I'm going to bid for 9. Probably not going to get it. Yeah. Okay, let's go a little higher then. I saw 9,500 on that list. 9,600. You drive a hard bargain. Okay, look, I must save that gil. 9,810. Okay. Alright, well now I'm just gonna be an asshole. So, 9,999. Oh man. Okay, Alright, okay, I'll pay it, fine. Fine, I'll pay the 10k. Or is that not it? Nope, I got it. I got it. So this is actually something I find fun about Final Fantasy XI, is that you don't know how much things are actually priced for. So when you look at things on the auction house, like you're looking at the price history, you're not looking at current listings. So like, yeah, you can see I just bought that. My name is on the list now that I bought for 10k. Like, yeah, you don't know how much it's actually selling for right now. So you're just putting in a bid and seeing what you get. And there's no harm in just throwing a bid out. And a lot of the times you can get an item a lot cheaper than than the price history says. And the reason is a lot of people who, you know, like an item like this that sells consistently for 10,000 gil, a lot of people will just, like, because they want their item to sell first, they'll sell for like 9,600, right? Most people, like, they're probably gonna go for like either 9,000 or 9,500. They're probably not gonna go for 9,600 to 900. They'll be like, oh, okay, I gotta pay 10k. So every now and then, you can get an item cheaper if you're willing to play around with the auction house. I like that. To me, that's a fine feature right there. Alright, got me the Spatha +1. Look at that fine sword. It's a very, very nice upgrade. And this is a +1, so this is a weapon that's going to be lasting me a long time. Alright. Now, I would also like to get some armor, just to have it on me so that when I hit level 11, I can just equip it and wear it. So I have a headpiece. I actually have a headpiece in my Mog house, ready to go. The body is the main thing. So scale mail, that's armor. 11 defense, level 10. Royal Legionnaire helmet, harness, that's 10. And it gives fire resistance too. There's a really nice, yeah, like there's this, and there's a nice robe too, but I don't want to wear a robe. Got solid mail. That's 12 defense. And it costs like 10k, yeah, can't afford that. Yeah, the Royal Footman Tunic, it gives +1 agility, +1 intelligence. Very nice item. Oh, that's another thing I should mention to any, prospective Final Fantasy XI players, old school players that is, on Horizon. So you might be a little put off that most of the items that you're going to be playing with in the game for a good long while, they're not going to have any sort of enchantment to them, you know, like they don't give agility or int or anything. And the thing is that in the early game, most items you wear, they're not going to have anything other than defense. They don't boost your stats any. And there is no real, like, hard progression on stats. Like, you'll have a level 50 character who's wearing a piece of armor that gives no stat bonuses whatsoever, but they'll wear it because it boosts their defense a lot, right? And then you'll have lower level items that give you stat bonuses, but they're incredibly rare and expensive, so you're not really gonna get them when you're a low level. Like, the game is more about horizontal progression instead of vertical progression. It's not like FF14 where it's like, you know, as you increase in item levels, you the stats just keep going higher and higher. It's not like that. Alright, so what I was looking for, I guess I'm not high enough level to wear it, but what I'm looking for is the doublet, or doublet, however you want to say it. So the doublet +1 is 4,000 gil, it gives 11 defense, that's very nice. The normal non-+1 version, I need to find it. Where is the, yeah, here we go. The non-+1 version is 2,500 gil. Honestly, it doesn't really matter that much if you go for the +1 or the non-+1. It's not a huge deal. But since I'm not sure how far my money is gonna go, let's look for other items. So hands. I need better hand pieces. And I think there's a better hand piece I can use right now, actually. The Royal Footman's Gloves. It gives +3 to attack. Very nice. It's only 1,800 gil. I will take that. Yeah, I don't know how far my money's gonna go, so I want to be careful with how I spend it. Oh yeah, yeah, Sito. I kind of noticed, like, cat girls, I think their maximum shortness. Like, my character is medium height. The cat girls are, by default, a little shorter than humans. But not that much shorter. I think their maximum shortness. I guess they want to be petite, right? Also, I looked away from the screen. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. I got the gloves. I can upgrade into those right now. Okay, I need a leg piece, which I'm not sure if there is something good for the legs. Like, I don't know if there's a good leg piece I can even get. What do we got here? The bronze subliger. No, that's not. So the scale mail is kind of what we'd want. Or leather. Scale or leather. Honestly, either one would work out. The thing is, as a red mage, defense isn't that big of a deal to me. It's really not that big of a deal, but you wanna upgrade a little bit. It helps in these low levels, these trying times. All right, now let's see what we got for the foot piece. Oh hey, leaping boots. Hey, the rare leaping boots. It gives a whopping 3 defense, but it gives +3 dexterity, +3 agility. Well, gee, most of these low-level items are only worth a K or so. How much are these leaping boots worth? Oh, 600,000 gil. I'll just not look at that anymore. I love the rare progression in this game. Like, rare items are really rare, and they are expensive. Okay, so I can get Royal Footman's Boots for 1,000 gil. I'll take that. So I think that's all of the items I really can get at the moment. But I will get that doublet. I really like the look of it, but it's also just good armor. And you know what? I'm gonna pay out for the +1 version. What else am I gonna use my gil on, right? So yeah, the only thing I didn't buy was the headpiece, and that's because I have a headpiece sitting in my Mog house. All right, so I got my new gloves, and then I've got things just sitting in the Mog house, but I'm gonna wait on that. And this onion sword, I'll just keep it in my Mog house because, you know, I'll eventually play another sword using class, eventually. But just upgrading my gloves, especially ones that have an attack bonus, upgrading that and upgrading my sword, that is going to increase my efficiency in combat by a lot. Man, look at this. That is the most samurai-ass samurai you'll ever see right there. Okay, so I am loaded out with fresh equipment. Let's see what I can do. Let's see how good I am at smashing small woodland creatures now. Oh, look at that Beastmaster pet. Huh. Alright, here we go. The tunnel worm. One shot. Now, I didn't get EXP for that. I think I am actually, I'm too high level to fight level 1 enemies anymore. I kinda have to move on to other enemies now. But yeah, like, fighting level 1 enemies all the way to level 10, perfectly viable. Intended. But now I must move on to bigger, greater things. Also, I can take my regional supplies to the outpost, and I can get that, I can unlock it as a teleport point. And I will want to do that, too. Ooh, enemies. A scarab beetle. It's not too tough. So yeah, those have, they're a beetle, so they have a shell, which means they have higher defense than normal. This is where you dia instead of bio. Maybe poison it too. That'll help. Yeah, this new sword, it feels good. Like this sword has a good damage to it. So, you know, paying the extra for the +1 version of the sword, it's totally unnecessary. I didn't have to do it, but it's gonna help me out a lot. Like, it's a good sword. And I'm probably gonna be using it well into like level 15 or so. I mean, hell, if I really get my mileage out of it, I might use this same sword all the way to level 20. Which, that's pushing it, but technically I could do it. Accuracy is always a problem. Unfortunately, I have no magics to increase my my accuracy. Not a single one. Ooh, a mouse bat. Seems like easy prey. Well, okay, let me heal myself. Alright, and dia. Alright, and poison too. All the additional damage I can stack on. So I still don't have a weapon skill. Yeah, so you don't get a weapon skill until you reach skill level 10. That's when you unlock your first weapon skill. And I'm not sure I can achieve that on the enemies I'm fighting. Oh, no, I can. Oh, he just dropped dead. I kind of like it when when an enemy is just gonna die because of, you know, natural causes. I like that they just fall down. Like the bat fell down. Alright, well, if I hit sword skill 10, I can unleash a weapon skill on this thing. Although I might not need to, this Spatha deals really good damage. Yeah, I like this thing. I like this sword. Also, I do feel a little bad. Poor rabbit. But I've killed so many rabbits now. So many. There is a person named Cream Puff. There is a Taru named Cream Puff. There's... I can't. Ugh. I feel dirty. Alright, back up to full MP. Yeah, I have to say, compared to the other FF11 server I was playing on, I mean, I liked Eden. It's a fine server, nothing wrong with it, but like the faster, the accelerated MP regeneration, and it's also HP. Like all of your resting is shorter. It makes the game a lot smoother in the low levels. Like, normally you would be resting a lot more in this game. Also, I haven't fought an orc in a while. Do I dare? Wait, my protect is gone. I just noticed that. I don't have protect on anymore. There we go. I shall dare. I shall dare. Do I bio or dia? I'm gonna go with bio because I want him to deal less damage. Oh, yeah, blind takes a little longer to cast. I'm not gonna get that off on him. Ooh, they have double attack. Ouch. Ouch. Right, he's a monk. This is a monk type of enemy. So I got my first weapon skill. Timing. Alright. Fuck him up. Yeah, did a good hit there. Oh, you're doing battle dance? Hold on. Water! Because orcs are weak to water. They might not look it, but orcs are fire element, and water beats fire. I know my Pokemon element charts, alright? Alright, yeah, I am much tougher now that I have a better weapon. Like, I am a lot tougher. Also, I never really went into, because, you know, I haven't had a weapon skill. I haven't really gone into, how that works, the TP. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but, yeah, you have your little TP gauge up in the top left. And when you have to have 1,000 TP to use a weapon skill. So like I can't use my fast blade until I have, you know, you just get an error. You can't use it till you have 1,000. But if you have more than 1,000, the damage starts multiplying. So like if you get like 2,000 TP, the damage is potentially up to 2 times more, and you know, if you get 3,000 TP. So the more TP you have, the greater your potential damage is. That said, it's kind of a judgment call on whether you think it's more worth it to you know, to save your TP up for a big, like, you know, a big 3,000 TP hit, or if you think it's better to spend it as you get it. It really just depends on the situation. Yeah, I do wonder why the green lizard people that kind of look like frogs even. Like, I mean, I guess they're just lizards, right? And, I don't know, lizard equal fire, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really make good sense to me why exactly they're weak to fire, or weak to water. Like, you'd think anything living in this forest would be very comfortable in a humid climate. I'm going up against decent challenges. I'm pushing the envelope. I think these guys are warrior class. Like every enemy in the game, even if it's just a completely non-human monster, they all have a class. And I'm pretty sure, like, these guys... Well, wait, no, they'd be a Beastmaster, right? Yeah, I guess the axe is a Beastmaster axe, so... I guess they're a Beastmaster, I guess. So my poison isn't... Like, my poison's getting resisted a lot. Weapon skill, so I'll do it. Timing! Which, timing on your own weapon skills is also important, even though... You know, even though you don't have to worry about your weapon skill getting interrupted, the thing you gotta worry about is doing a weapon skill pauses your auto attack timing. So, like, let's say you do an auto attack, you wait a second, and then you do a weapon skill, you're technically losing some time there, because then your auto attack timer, it resets after the weapon skill. So, like, if you kind of wait a little bit, you're losing time. You're kind of losing a swing. So you want to time it so that you do an auto attack and then immediately follow it up with a weapon skill. That way you're not wasting any time. Like, it's not a huge deal. It's certainly not like a game-breaking thing, but it can, you know, if you want to push a little more damage, it's the way to make sure you're living up to your max potential, I guess. Alright, got my full MP, not full HP, but that's okay. Now, that forest funguar. These things can get interesting. Okay, I'm gonna bio it. You know, the usual debuffs, right? So yeah, any type of mushroom enemy, they have a lot of status effects they can nail you with, and these low-level ones aren't going to be so bad. And okay, I got to kill it before it, you know, before it unleashed the fury. But yeah, even the low-level ones, they can put you to sleep, they can paralyze you, they can blind you, they can nail you with quite a few status effects. God, I love, like, leading in with a hard critical. That feels good. Alright, now I was trying to make my way over to the Ronfar outpost. So let's try to keep on track for that. Right, so we want to go to the south, and we want to, like, earlier on I took the supplies for the outpost, but I didn't deliver them. I'm gonna kill things as I go, because that's efficient, but... Oh, look at that. Look at that! Going underground right as I attack. But yeah, I need to actually deliver the goods to the outpost in order to unlock it as a fast travel point. Which I'm usually pretty anti-fast travel in my classic RPGs. I generally don't approve of fast travel, but I feel that the fast travel that you can unlock in this game, I feel that it is mostly earned. You know, like, first off, your nation has to own the region, so that's a prerequisite that's kind of out of your hands, even. And then you have to take the supply quest and physically take the supplies to the region. And then even once you unlock it, you can only teleport between that outpost and your hometown. You can't just open a menu and teleport wherever you feel like it. It's not like that. So, for me, that feels like a teleport that fits and makes sense in the game universe, and it feels earned. Also, a thief is using flee. They're already gone. It must have been the wind. Oh, Forest Hare is too weak to be worthwhile. Hmm. There it is. There's the outpost. Which, also, you don't need to specifically go to the outpost. You can also... You can give it to any guard that is in the region. And there are guards all over, like, well, not all over, but they generally tend to be at the entrance and exit to the regions. So, like, if there's a guard at the entrance to a region and the outpost is way into it, you don't have to go that far. You can just hand it off. You brought the supplies. These'll help indeed. I love me a good doot-to-doot for winning. Alright, would you cast Signet on me, please? And this is the teleport guy, but I don't think I can use him yet. Oh no, he'll teleport me, yeah. Teleportation. So it'll cost either 200 gil or 200 conquest points. Yeah, I'm not, I don't need a teleport right now, but it's not free. It's very not free. Okay, so I got my little outpost unlocked. Now, I will say this. Right now, and this is a fresh week, I think it resets on, like, Sunday. So before Sunday, I need to level up and make the legwork because, like, look, we own so much. We've got Durfland, we've got Gustaberg, we've got Saruta Baruta. Like, we own so much of the map right now. So I will definitely want to go on a little adventure and unlock some more outpost teleports. Ooh, a wild sheep! Well, clearly, this is a job for an adventurer right here. I resisted my poison. Of course it did. Of course it resists my poison. Okay, now I got him. I got him. I love the sheep enemy. It's a little ridiculous that this sheep wants to fight me, but it's fine. Oh my god, sheep song! He put me to sleep. But the good thing is that sleep is interrupted by being attacked or being healed. So when you're solo, getting sheep-songed, it's not a problem. It's kind of a waste of the enemy's time, actually. But sheep song is one of those attacks that is just killer for a party. So imagine, if you will, that you're in a full party of 6, and you're fighting a sheep, and it's a hard sheep, like it can kill everyone, you know, if you're not careful. And imagine it casts sheep song, and now everyone is fast asleep for a full minute, and the only person who's not asleep is the tank, who is now dying because no one is healing him. That is the power of sheep song. Oh, all these enemies are too low level. Too low level. I need to fight things that are on, that are appropriate combat challenge. Yeah, Getting wool is actually really hard in the Final Fantasy universe. Those sheep will mess you up. God, I am leading in with a critical hit. I'm actually pulling that off fairly frequently. I love it. The thing is, I don't really have anything that would make me critical hit like that. I don't have, like... Yeah, my dexterity is only 12. It's not above average or anything. My EXP ring that I used, it's still in full effect. That EXP ring is still going, still very active. I mean, I'm about halfway through my level, so I'm making good progress here. Again, I would like to get level 11 before I call the stream today. And I don't think that'll be a problem. We should get it pretty soon, as long as we keep up a good, nice, you know, rate of kill, right? Getting those good skill ups. Oh no, my dedication wore off. My EXP ring, it's no longer in effect. Hold on, I can... Oh wait, I just realized, I think I can wear some... Wait, I can actually wear some of the gear that I have in my inventory. I just realized it, actually. Yeah, the leather trousers, that's a 3 defense upgrade. I kind of didn't realize that I've just been sitting on these things. Yeah, the footman boots, like, yeah, I can wear those too. The only thing I don't have is I don't have the head and body piece yet. Those are in my storage. Looks a little weird wearing half of a set of armor, but it's fine. Look, I got more defense now. I wonder, I think these are earth element. I think water is effective, but I'm not sure. It might be, but I think I got resisted. Yeah, I feel like I probably just got resisted on that one. Which, that's another thing. Don't panic if your magic spells do really, really low damage. Don't panic. It just means you got resisted. Like, the game doesn't tell you that you got resisted, but, like, if you cast a spell that normally does, like, 20 damage, and it does, like, half of that or less, that means you have been resisted. And I guess, yeah, the only answer to that is you gotta get good. You gotta practice those magic skills and pump it up. Man, I hate that double attack. But that's just a thing monks can do. They can double attack. Also, as I level up here and acquire more power, I am thinking when I eventually get to unlock a sub-job, eventually, I'm not really sure what direction I want to take that. Like, as a red mage, I mean, I could level up warrior, and kind of go more physical, and that would sort of set me up so that later on, like, let's say I wanted to play a more physical class, like, I don't know, maybe I want to be a samurai, right? Having warrior leveled up would be convenient for that. But I think, as a mage, I think as a mage you generally want to stay in your lane, at least to start, right? Don't get too exotic to start. So I think either going black mage or white mage is probably the smart choice as a second job. The only thing is, I'm not really sure, like, Yeah, I don't really know if I want to sub white mage or black mage to my red mage. I know that I don't want to be a red mage forever though. Like, as soon as I can unlock Bard, I kind of like Bard. Bard is it's a fun little class, I like it. Or, hell, maybe, Dark Knight. I kind of want to go Dark Knight, actually. Or Paladin. I've never really tanked in this game. Tanking is very intimidating in this game, because the risk of death is very high. Like, in a party, if someone's gonna die, the tank is gonna be the one that dies first. But I don't know, I might want to try my hand at being a paladin or something. I don't know, I have no idea how I really want to proceed with this character. I know at one point I definitely want to unlock Summoner. Like, Summoner is one of my favorite classes in this game. And the boss fights to get your avatars are complete and total bullshit, but I love it. I absolutely love it. So I think if I'm going down that path, probably I want to level up White Mage. Like, Black Mage would give me more access to like offensive spells, like it would strengthen that, but White Mage would let me be a little bit better of a healer. It would strengthen my support, and especially in the low levels, I'm probably gonna end up playing the support character more than I end up playing the DPS. Probably. It could go a lot of ways. Ooh, that's a goblin. And that's an orc. I don't know, the goblin is wandering around more. So that's a spellcasting goblin. Be sure to kill it before it, oh, here we go, cast in stone. Alright, fast blade. Oh man, I'm a little bit of a monster with that sword. You know, at first I was kind of regretting putting in the gil to buy the nice sword. I was regretting it, because it's like, man, 10,000 gil, that is half my gil. You know, am I gonna regret that? But no. I have no regrets whatsoever. Yeah, I know, hooray, we get to fight Garuda again. I mean, I think on this server it would probably be a little easier. Not really, like, not that they've made things easier, it's just mages in general are they're a little better here. Like, mages in general have been pumped up a little bit, so I think doing the avatar fights would probably go a little bit smoother here. Oh yeah, they also buffed up all the avatars on this server, like the ones you use as a pet. So, yeah, like, Carbuncle would be a little tougher here, so the fight might go smoother, I think. I could always cheese it out and, like, so there is a higher level version of the fight. It's, I think it's maybe even level 30 or level 50 or something. There's a higher level version of the fight, and you might think, well, wouldn't that be harder? And it would, except for the fact that when you do the higher level version of the fight, which you can totally go into it as a low level character, so you join a team, right? It's a team battle, not a one-on-one. So when you join a team and they help you, because there's people that do this, they'll just help you get your avatars. Basically, you just sit at the entrance and you let them do it for you. But you know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really consider that the cheesiest thing, and it's actually kind of on brand for Summoner in Final Fantasy. Like, it kind of reminds me of how, like, okay, think Final Fantasy X, right? You know, your Cloister of Trials. And, I mean, really, like, everyone's doing the heavy lifting except the summoner, right? So just think about it like that, right? Think of it like that. And I guess also the way that summons work in this game, I mean, I guess they're also a little... They're kind of Final Fantasy X-like, I guess. Like in FF10, the summons, like, you know, they stay out, right? And that's how they work here. You summon and it's out, and it just fights alongside you. It's pretty badass. True. Yeah, those cloisters, they were just, I mean, they were mostly puzzles, right? I feel like I remember there being like the combats, but I think it was mostly like they were mostly puzzle dungeons, right? Ooh, a tainted hound. I'll go for that orcish mesmerizer. Ooh, he's casting water on me. I'm trying to back him away from that hound. Like, I don't want to get the hound to aggro. Okay, so he's not coming closer. Well, then I guess I'm not coming closer. Well, I have to. I'm the one with the sword here. Oh, you look at that. It's a two-way street. So yeah, enemy mages, you can totally interrupt them too. Also, I like how this dude just has a bag over his head. It's probably for the better, honestly. True. I mean, I guess, yeah, like, the summon took the place of the party in FF10, but I guess the idea was that it was out and it was fighting, right? Like, in most Final Fantasy games, the summon is just a, like, it's more or less just a big... I mean, you could look at it like being a big AoE Black Mage nuke spell, right? Like, more or less, right? It's just a big damage spell with a very flashy cinematic animation. So having a summon that's just actually in the field fighting, I like that. That's kind of my preferred way to have a summon. And I'm not against the super huge, flashy, cinematic, like, man, I love FF8, and that has some of the longest summon animations in Final Fantasy. And I love them. It's great, but I kind of prefer it when the summon is just out and fighting with you. Or fighting in place of you, or something to that effect. Do I have enough MP to protect myself? Yes, I do. I always come with protection. Alright, what's my, We're less than 400 away from 11, so when I get level 11, I guess for the stream, I'm still gonna play a little bit more today, like, I'm gonna level up a little more. Not level up, but maybe just, like, fight a little more, get some money, but we'll conclude the stream with getting 11, and then I want to go back to town and organize my fucking inventory. And I have some gear, a hat. I've got a hat in my Mog house, and that'll complete my armor. And that'll be the armor I'll probably, like, I'm probably gonna use that armor all the way through to level 20, probably. But, so far, we've only been running around slaying small woodland creatures. You know, we're just soloing, right? And, you know, the game can be soloed some, but that's not what the game is about. So, as we are over level 10, Level 10 is really when you start grouping with other players, like, that's maybe on the low end, but I'd say around level 11, 12, 13, somewhere in that range, that's generally when you start partying up with other players and really doing group things together, like fighting enemies that are way tougher than you, that can just kill you in a few hits, you know, living on the edge. It's around level 11-ish is when that starts. You know, sometimes sooner, sometimes later, but that's the general party level. And it also requires a little bit of travel. So people don't party up here, you know, they don't party up in the Ron farm. When people want to party up, they go to the dunes, Valkurm Dunes, or they go to Gelspa, which is, that's the Orcish outpost. It's up here in the northwest. So they either go there or they go down to the dunes, but they generally don't team up like in the newbie zone, right? Even though there are totally enemies you can still get EXP from here. Not what people really interested in. So the next stream will probably be doing some grouping. Like we're gonna make our way to maybe the dunes and try to get into an EXP group. Also, man, this skeleton. I don't know why, but I love a good skeleton in a fantasy game. There's just something about it. Also, I really wish you could loot its shield. Like, that is a really neat looking shield, but nope. No loot to be had here. I also kinda, like, look, I kinda wish that the skeleton would just collapse into a pile of bones like the skeletons do in EverQuest, right? Where they just, like, fall into a nice, neat little bone pile. I kinda wish they did that here, but I guess it's not that kind of game. I guess. Oh, it's got low defense. I'll take it. Which, when you check an enemy, there is actually an add-on that it'll just straight up tell you what level an enemy is. I'll probably install that add-on later. It's a perfectly legit one. It's okay. Everyone uses it. But it'll tell you just the exact level of enemies. But also, enemies, in addition to their level, how that can have a little variation, they also have variation in their abilities. Like, when you check an enemy, sometimes it'll say, it seems to have low defense, or it seems to have high defense, or, like, it seems to have high evasion, or, you know, you'll get enemies like that, right? Where you can kind of glean that they have more going on. So generally, if an enemy is low defense, it means they're unusually easy to kill, and they'll probably be weaker in general. Like, not just their defense, but they'll probably also have weaker attacks. They'll just be easier, right? And they got high defense, you're in for a rough ride. Maybe avoid that. Yeah, level 11. So now I can wear my doublet +1. All right. So this is kind of the look that I like. This is how I'm gonna gear lock my character. Like, I'm gonna lock the style in for this plus the hat. I really like the weird beret hat. And there's a feather cap later that's very chesty. But yeah, this is my, like, when I'm playing as a red mage or a bard, or yeah, you can't really do the gloves and boots as a white mage, but you know, any type of like hybrid or a thief, if I'm a thief or a ninja, this is kind of the look I like to go with. Or something similar. There are more versions of these pieces of armor. But I don't know, that's kind of the look I like for my character in FF11. It's, I don't know, to me that says fantasy adventurer. Anime fantasy adventurer is what that says. Though I might want to go with a different pair of pants, like the humans. So the thing is, these leather pants, every race has a different version. The humans get shorts. I might want to swap that out, but but for now it's better armor. It's fine. All right, so I want to get my. I have a very special hat in my Mog house. Also, speaking of armor, man, look at that, the subliger. Back in wonderful sandy Oreo. And oh, I've got 12 rabbit hides. I may or may not be able to sell that for some amount of cash. I'm not sure. Like, to a merchant, they're only worth like 10 gil each. Not really, not that great. Man, that bothers me how, like, it really bothers me how this dude here, he's got like white armor gloves. Like, it's clearly the same type of armor, but a different set. It got white gloves, white boots, but then like gold pants and torso here. That bothers me. It bothers me on a primal level. Oh, it's only worth like, man, I'll sell it for 300 more. I'll at least get double my money out of it. All right, so okay, let's see. Let's go to the Mog house, and I want to get that beret. It's actually a beret that's good for, like, it has stats that actually supports a mage, but it's got the defense of like a medium armor that like a thief or even some warriors might want to wear. It's strong enough. Oh. It's strong enough for a warrior, but made for a mage, alright? I don't know, look, you can't mix silver and gold, alright? It doesn't mix. You gotta choose one or the other. Also, I'm gonna set my home point right here. I like this as a home point spot. Hold on. Now it'll say like, do you want to travel? That's an out of era thing. You cannot travel with these crystals on this server. There'll be none of that. But man, I'm shooting up the levels, shooting up through them. Like, honestly, leveling up in this game is not, it's not EverQuest. It's not that bad. Like, if we were in EverQuest making a new character, they'd probably still be level 4. Oh, the silver cat's meowing. And rolling.
How did you know he's rolling?
Yeah, I saw him.
Where?
Yeah. Alright, so let's see. The thing I want to do is take my Legionnaire's cap. That's what I want. So I have to complete the look. The chesty is complete. And the wife wants pudding, which good timing.
Also, it is 7 p.m.
Yeah, which is when I said I was gonna stop.
Okay.
But alright, so I completed the look. Gotta have the little beret on. So this is gonna be my adventurer's look for most of the game. Like, I'm just gonna gear lock it in. But yeah, good progress. A level 11. Next time, which maybe tomorrow, but next time we do an FF11 stream, we're gonna actually go out into the field and party with other players, if we can. This server is fairly populated, so it shouldn't be too hard to get into a group. My character's a red mage, so I can DPS, I can heal, I can do whatever they need me to do. I'll do anything for 20 gil, but it shouldn't be a problem to show off the partying and the team play and all. Low-level teaming, not the most exciting, but it's something. Alright, so with that, I will leave you with the soothing sounds of the Moogle house. I might play some more later just on my own, you know, off stream. Anybody wants to play with me, since I've gotten a few of you into it, well, you know the character name, just send a/tell. Alright, and with that, let's get on out of here. I'll see you guys next time. And also, thanks for showing up. It's always great that the afternoon/early evening streams are as populated as they are.